Good morning. Good morning. A lot of things can change over a year, but we are proud to say that our CENMAR Manila remains our normalization. Remains our way of bringing our CENMAR family together. Remains a way to spend more time with you. Our colleagues on board. Our CENMAR family. CENMAR Forum is also now a tradition already. And the Indian Forum is about to take place at the end of February. So at this time, I would like to welcome on stage and pass the floor to our first day hosts, Mando and Anthony. They will guide you throughout the day, and please welcome them with a round warm welcome applause, and thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Andrea, and I'm sure you're very happy that we don't have this role anymore of hosting this event. So welcome everybody. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're going to have a good 2 days. With me on the stage is Mado. She's the first timer in the Philippines, first time on the stage, first time on the forum. So please, let's encourage her. Mado will take you through the early stages of this day. She will give you the ground rules. She will tell you about what to do in an emergency. So you should follow her. You should follow me. If you follow me, it's going to be very slow. So, Mado, please, I'll pass it on to you, and please go ahead with the ground rules.
Hello, everybody. Magandang umaga. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in the CENMAR Manila's Forum 2024. It's been a year from our previous meeting, for many of you. For me, it's the first time being here, and I'm so excited. My name is Mandoro Tupoulou, and I work in the Freight Collection Department for the last 12 years. Today, with our COO, Mr. Anthony Lambros, we're going to be the hosts for today's event. But to tell you the truth, I was thinking about it, and finally realized who are actually the hosts here. You are the hosts for today, because you are hosting us in this beautiful place, your hometown, Manila. And thank you for that. Now, before we get started, let's go through the ground rules. Okay, please keep your mobile phone on silent mode so that presentations will not be distracting. This is to remind you that it is a non-smoking area, so smoking is prohibited. We want you to share your thoughts with us, share your experiences. Your comments and any suggestions are more than welcome. Let's say a few words about the history of this forum. We started back in November 2008 from this place, Manila. So far, we have organized 27 forums, including 2 web. We are proud to announce that more than 100 speakers have been presenting their topics in these forums. Some beautiful pictures to remember. Okay, this is today's agenda. I will not say much about this, as our presenters will do their best to go through the topics and elaborate. Okay, this is the Wi-Fi. You have to log on at Fairmont, and the password is 2024 CENMAR. You have to log in for this. For our Q&A session, you can use our Slido application, and you can scan the QR code, which is located on your name tag. Upon scanning, you can enter the event with the password, which is shown here. Hashtag 2024 Manila. And finally, a few words about the safety of this place. So, in case of an emergency, we have to evacuate this room by leaving the room from the 2 doors which are at the back and taking the stairs that are across and on the right side. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam. So we're about to get started. And I don't know, what do you think, Madam? Do you think everybody's ready? What do you think? What is your idea? You're the first time, so give us the fresh point of view.
I don't know. Let us
do the people seem ready?
Are you ready?
Yes. No,
I didn't hear anything. Are you ready?
Yes. Maybe
something's going on, but I don't know.
Maybe join us on a countdown to start this forum.
Yes.
So, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. Let the
forum begin. Thank you. So I'm here to introduce myself now as the first speaker today, and it's not going to be an easy couple of days. I have a topic, and actually have a lot of. Come on. We said. Were you here? Did you listen what Madonna said about the phones? We said to switch it off. What does it mean, sorry? It's not, I mean, this is totally disrespectful. You don't belong here. Please, go out. Go out. I've had enough. Please. This is not a good start for the day or for this event. I can't believe this. Totally disrespectful. I have a question for you. Does anybody in this room believe that I was a bit harsh on this poor lad? Yes. Please show your hand if you believe so. Was I a bit rude? A bit impolite, maybe? A bit too much? So I have a question. Why didn't anybody in this room stand up for him? Why didn't anybody speak up for your colleague? It's not so easy. And speaking up is something that we will talk about over the next 2 days. I was totally unfair to him, and I will apologize to him very soon. But imagine how difficult it is if in this room filled with masters and managers and senior people not being able to speak up for this very simple and obvious case. Imagine how difficult it is when you're an AB on watch and do something wrong, or when you're a boss and you want to say something, how difficult it is to speak up. If we are in a safe environment here, and still we don't have the ability to speak up, imagine how difficult it is. So I'd like to welcome him back. Welcome back, please, Arnon. So before we proceed, there are a few lessons to be learned just from this instance. First of all, error is normal. People make mistakes. A very simple error can occur, and we should be forgiven for that error. Secondly, how you respond matters. I responded in this way. I tried to be very unfair. I don't know if I succeeded. I'm not so good at role-playing, as you may have seen from the videos in the past. But how you respond does matter. It makes all the difference. And thirdly, speaking up is very important. This is a message that we're going to talk about over the next 2 days. It's going to be part of our main event. And I would very much like to see you participate and help in this event and raising your opinions, raising your concerns, discussing about it. So I will start my presentation now. And as you may have guessed, it is about speaking up. But it is about speaking up from a different perspective, because there are two ways of looking at it. So over these days, these are the main points we will address regarding this topic about speaking up. On the one side, we will see the points that we will discuss today, and this is looking at it from the point of listening. Because speaking up has two parameters. One is being able to speak up, but also the other is being able to listen. And they are equally difficult. And when you are senior people like yourselves, masters or chief engineers or chief officers, or the junior people who in a few years will become senior people, and that is why we have all our officers here, we are focused on the items on the left. We need to empower our people to speak up. We need to practice active listening, and I will talk more about what active listening means in a while. We need to create an environment of psychological safety, an environment of trust, so that our people are able to speak up. And this is our responsibility. It goes also for our office, it goes also on board. It is not something that happens automatically. We have to work on it, and we have to continuously keep on working on it. It's not a button, we are not pressing. So this is what we are going to be talking about today. Tomorrow, when we have in this room, a bigger room, those who have the ratings with us, we will be talking about the other side, the flip side of the coin. How to speak up, how to get the courage to speak up for your safety, for your mental well-being. And also we'll be talking about another topic which is much relevant, which is harassment and bullying. So today we'll focus only on part of the issue, on one side of the coin. Let's play.
Unbelievable.
What? What is it?
Oh, the warehouse guys are playing fast and loose with safety procedures again. Of course, no one reported it. So now all our shipments are delayed because we got a big chemical spill somewhere.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's not good.
Is that a zombie?
Nah, it's just Bob from accounting.
I don't know. I think he looks like a zombie. Do you think we should tell our manager or HR or something?
Nah, it's not our department. Let accounting worry about it.
Okay. It says right here in the code that any outbreak of zombies should be reported to Human Resources. Somebody should say something, right?
Well, it's not really that big of a problem, is it? I mean, there's only 3 of them. I wouldn't classify that as an outbreak.
Make that 4.
Oh, hi, Ted. How you doing? Oh, I can't believe Ted bit me.
I can't believe no one's done anything about this yet.
Well, I'm sure that the executive team is aware of the situation.
But what if they aren't?
Well, then do you want to be the one to be the bearer of bad?
So you may think that this is not a very realistic scenario, but apparently more than 35% of Americans believe that the zombie outbreak is a real possibility. Just mentioning that. But what do we see from this video? We see why in so many cases people are afraid to speak up. We'll avoid it. I'm sure they know about it. Sometimes we just don't want to get in trouble. It's not our problem. It's not our department. Various things that we heard here that are very, very realistic in our work, in our line of business. So, why is it so important to speak up? Because you might tell me that, okay, so what? If somebody doesn't raise his opinion, he's afraid to say so, that can happen. Well, I will tell you the first thing is learning. If you cannot ask questions, learning is over. And by asking questions, I mean to ask questions without being afraid that people will think you are stupid or you don't know your job or whatever. Feel free to ask any question. Many times you say there is no dumb question. So learning is over if we do not ask. Innovation. Second thing. We need to make suggestions. Sometimes the suggestion will come from the least obvious source. So we need to listen to it. We do not know everything. Thirdly, our no blame policy. We are talking about it for years. Yes, it's difficult. Yes, we have not reached the stage. We are still trying. We're going to keep on talking about it again and again until we manage to get this message across to everybody, including myself, including our team in the office. We are not perfect. We are also trying hard. We are also struggling with these ideas. Teamwork. If you cannot speak up, you do not have a real team. And of course, the last topic, which is something we will discuss in more detail tomorrow, mental well-being. Bullying, harassment, exclusion, these are the ideas that thrive when people are afraid to speak up. And the reason for speaking up, for not speaking up, there are multiple reasons. We don't want to be judged negatively. We have grown up, even from outside, with the idea other people think of us matters so much. And we want to live up to this. We are afraid of being judged negatively. We don't want to look stupid. We are not certain about everything. It doesn't matter. We can still voice our opinion. Maybe we are right, maybe we are wrong. We should not be afraid to raise our opinion. We may think we'll get in trouble. This is where responding matters. If we as leaders have created an environment of safety when people can respond without any fear, then they will not be afraid to speak up. Sometimes we believe nobody cares about our opinion. Again, this is our responsibility as leaders. We might think we might offend somebody. If we phrase it correctly, we will not. And the most common is that we said our opinion once, we said it twice, and nothing has changed. So we said, okay, nothing changes anyway, let's not speak up. The truth is that we are listening to everybody. Maybe not, your suggestion will not be heard today, or tomorrow or the day after, but someday will come, its time will come and we will apply it. You have seen it in this forum also. We have had responses and we have had questions in the past, and many times I've come back at the end of the day and said, we will look at it. And then next year, we haven't done it yet, be it the internet or something else. We're working on it, and at some point, we arrived at a conclusion. So some things take time. It's not that nothing will change. But of course, behind all of these words, all of these reasons for not speaking up, there is a key word. The key word is fear. We are afraid of something. This key word, fear, is in our hearts. We are maybe born with it. We have grown up with it. And this is the word we must get rid of. And we must replace fear with courage. We need to find the courage to speak up. It is not easy, and it's our responsibility, your responsibility as leaders, our responsibility as leaders ashore, to help people to find this courage. It works both ways. We need courage to stand up and speak, but we also need courage to sit down and listen. And this is not my quote. It's a very famous quote by Winston Churchill. And when we want people to speak honestly, we must honestly be prepared to listen. And when we say listen, we are talking about active listening. It's not just hearing. Active listening is more than that. It is about understanding what the other people has to tell me. It's about providing, with our body language, with our behavior, with our respect to the person who is talking to us, without interrupting him, without being judgmental. It's very important not to be judgmental, because this is what people are mostly afraid of. And most of all, we need the person who is talking to us, when they leave the room, to feel that they have been heard. They have spoken up, yes, and we thank them for it, but if they leave the room and in their mind said, okay, the old man, I just said what I said, he didn't really care, we finished, we haven't done anything. So we have to make them feel heard, and this is something we cannot fake. This is something that has to be real, and in order for this to happen, we need to create this environment of psychological safety. This means that we need to respect everybody, and we need to be fair with everybody. These are key words, key concepts. They are not easy to apply, but we have to work on them continuously and apply them in our everyday life. We need to show empathy, to show that we care for our people. Again, this is something we cannot fake. We cannot pretend that we care about somebody. We have to actually care about them. We have to actively include everybody. If we do not actively include them, maybe we will be accidentally excluding somebody. So we have to work on this again. Showing appreciation, very, very important, especially for the younger generation. When we were young, we did not understand what that meant. We did not expect to receive appreciation for our work. Yes, now it is different. We need to show appreciation. We need to show it frequently. We need to show it actively. Very important, we need to admit our mistakes, to take ownership of our mistakes. We all make mistakes. We will talk about this later on. There is not a single person that does not make mistakes. How we deal with them is important. We have to accept them. We have to take ownership, and only then we will correct our mistakes, and only then everybody around us in the room will understand that we mean what we are talking about. And most of all, it is about this word, trust. It's in our company, it's in Marine Trust, Trust Bulkers. That is how much we believe in this word. And of course, this is a building site, because this word, trust, is something that we need to work on. We need to build on it. It doesn't come automatically. It takes time, and it all starts with our behavior and with all these words that we said earlier. So we talked about active listening. Active listening works together with comprehension. It's not only communication. We need to actually understand what people are telling us and how they communicate. We may communicate, but if we don't comprehend, we've left the job half done. So can we have another video, Costa?
First there was PlayStation, aka PS1. Then there's PS2, PS3, and now PS4. And that makes sense. You'd think after Xbox, there'd be Xbox 2. But no. Next came Xbox 360. And now, after 360, comes Xbox One. Why one? Maybe that's how many seconds of thought they put into naming it.
Can you get the butter, please?
You know, however, with the Xbox One, I can control my entire entertainment system using voice commands. Up until now, I've had to use Leonard.
Then get the other one. Pass the butter.
Hang on. I don't feel like you're taking this dilemma seriously.
Fine, Sheldon. You have my undivided attention.
Okay, now, the PS4 is more angular and sleek looking.
No way!
It's true. But the larger size of the Xbox One may keep it from overheating.
You wouldn't want your gaming system to overheat?
No, well, you absolutely would not. And furthermore, the Xbox One now comes with a Kinect included.
Included?
Yes. Not sold separately. Although the PS4 uses cool new GDDR5 RAM, while the Xbox One is still using the conventional DDR3 memory.
Why would they still be using DDR3? Are they nuts?
See, that's what I thought. But then they go and throw in an ES RAM buffer.
Whoa, wait a second. Who's they?
Xbox.
You're kidding!
No, I am not. And this ES RAM buffer should totally bridge the 100 gigabit per second bandwidth gap between the two RAM types.
This is a nightmare. How will you ever make a decision?
See, I don't know. What should I do?
Please pass the butter!
So, of course, Sheldon is very difficult to communicate with anyway. But there is a difference between communication, just listening, and comprehension. And this is what I wanted to point out. We need to work on it. We need to understand the different perspectives that lead to different opinions. It is very much okay to discuss something, to disagree about it, and if we have an opinion, a different opinion, maybe we discuss about it and we'll never reach an agreement. And that's also fine. That can also work. What does not work is being disrespectful. This doesn't work. The moment we are disrespectful, and sometimes people of authority have this tendency, the moment we are disrespectful, the argument is finished. It turns into a battle. It turns into a personal antagonism of who is right. The point is, we are discussing in order to communicate, to understand what the other person is saying. Maybe we accept it, maybe not. It's fine. If we are disrespectful, we start discussing in order to defend our views as much as we can, and then the message is missed, comprehension is not there, and nobody will win out of this situation. So we are not discussing in order to win. We are discussing in order to understand. We have a tool. We have given you these cards as officers, and in these cards, there are points that you are very well familiar with that lead to this. It's all about speaking up. It's empowering our people to speak up, and this is what we want from you, and this is what we want to instill this upon you. In the morning, a while ago, you saw how I treated your poor colleague. I hope this will stay in your mind. Always remember that the person across you maybe also has difficulty in speaking up. So give them this power, empower the people to speak up. We will talk more about this over these few days. This is the main thing of our topic. That is why it's also on the backpacks that we gave you. Speak up, reach out, end the doubt. Thank you very much for your attention. In my other capacity now, as a host, to invite on the stage a person that, even though he needs no introduction, I will still introduce him. He's an avid speaker. The clock is already ticking against him. So it's Mr. Douglas. He's our external collaborator. He's been doing this business for years, and you know him very well. Please listen carefully. He has a lot of interesting things to talk about you. Today, in this morning, he's going to talk about the risk, the new requirements by RightShip that will make your lives more difficult, but also your lives and your ships safer. So please listen to him. And he will also talk about SIRE 2 for the tankers. And later on, he will talk about other stuff. So please, welcome Mr. Douglas. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Can I start? Okay? Okay. It's nice to see you again. Unfortunately, I can't say you feel the same for me, because every time you see me, there is something new that they will be asking from you, or a new questionnaire, or something new going on. And this is the case again. I'm going to briefly talk to you about 2 new questionnaires that will affect your way that they see safety on board, and they will be checking you, and when I mean they, I mean the oil majors. And there are some drastic changes going on in our industry. So I will be talking about the RightShip questionnaire, which affects the bulk carriers. Unfortunately, the bad news, guys, is that until now, nobody was checking these kind of things to the extent they are doing now. But things are changing, and you will see that with a RightShip, the game has changed for you. And also for the tankers with a new SIRE 2, which makes things even more difficult through oil major inspection on board. But I will start with a RightShip issue. And to understand what's going on, we have to explain what RightShip is. RightShip is an organization which has been developed by the big charterers in the dry sector, and for many years they were trying to push up the level of running a bulk carrier, but it was very difficult for them. Now, in the last 2-3 years, they managed to create a new standard for our industry, and they have done that through the risk questionnaire, which is now on the 3rd version 3.1. You have to understand that when we talk about RightShip, we're talking about an organization that was made by the charterers for the charterers' benefits. And what they've been doing for many years was that they were trying to find a way to distinguish between the good operators, the bad operators, and how they can put a number next to a vessel to see whether it's good enough to be chartered or not. And now they have managed and they have found a way to introduce themselves so much strongly in the market that is becoming like a norm, like we had with the oil tankers. And what the charterers through RightShip have done was not only to introduce a more detailed questionnaire, but they're actually creating a new standard for running our vessel. So until now, the bulk carriers were here and the tankers were there. And what RightShip is trying to do is trying to bring the two together. They're trying to build up the level that we are operating a bulk carrier very close to the way that we do with the tankers. And if you look at the RightShip platform and the way they try to do that, you will see that they have four major ways to do it. One is what we call the safety score, which is the most important one. And basically what they do is that they put a number next to each vessel. So if the safety score is good enough, then you can charter your vessel. If your safety score is not good enough, then you can't charter your vessel. So you see how important it is that you do well on board, because it affects the commerciality of the vessel. So apart from the safety score, they have another very important thing, which we call the dry bulk inspection. And this is where the RightShip questionnaire is all related to. And what they have done with the new questionnaire is that they have created a new standard for the industry. And the way that you will perform during such an inspection, it will also affect your safety score. And in simple terms, if your safety score is 0, of course, it's game over. If your safety score on your vessel is 1 or 2, it is very difficult to get the vessel chartered. So your vessel should always be between 3 and 5, okay? And how you get these marks at the end of the day, it's related to how you perform on board. It is related to things like your incidents, your port state control performance, the number of incidents, the number of deficiencies you get through a port state control, and it goes on like this. I'm not going to spend much time on that. What I want to explain to you is that looking at the statistics about bulk carriers, the charterers have seen that bulk carriers are lagging a lot compared to the tankers. So what they're doing is that they're trying now, as I told you, to bring them together. And the way they do that is by setting a new industry standard. And this new industry standard is demonstrated, is set by the new RightShip questionnaire. So what they did was that they changed the questionnaire, and we went from a very small document of 18 pages to a very long document of 190 pages. So you can imagine the difference between 18 pages and 190 pages. With the first questionnaire, we could prepare the vessel in a few weeks. Say, okay, our vessel is going through a right ship inspection, no worries. We'll send a superintendent, we'll sell a consultant, spend a couple of weeks, we're ready. You can't do that now. You have to be ready. You have to raise your safety standard to be able to go through a successful right ship inspection. And as I told you before, what they're trying to do is that they're trying to create a system where not only they will see the condition of the vessel, not only they see how the machinery and the systems on board perform, but at the same time they will see how the people and the systems and the machinery interact with each other. So it's a more sophisticated management system or questionnaire which reflects to a management system. And what they have also done there is that they have gone well beyond the usual ISM procedures and so on. And they have incorporated a lot of best industry standards. So it took a lot of stuff from the tankers and they put them in the questionnaire for bulk carriers. They took a lot of the best practices that the P&I clubs and they made them compulsory. So in these 190 pages, you will see a lot of things and think, oh my God, I'm not a tanker. I'm not serving in a tanker. Why are they asking these things for me? There is no difference anymore. Whether you're a tanker or a bulk carrier, the level of management and the safety you should have on board should be more or less the same. Okay? It was a very good decision by your company a few years ago to make the system common, so you are in a much more advantageous position compared to the rest of the industry, where the bulk carrier operators being down there, they have to come up here. And that's a difficult process. Now, if you go through the questionnaire, you will see that it's not just a simple inspection. It's more of an inspection and an audit at the same time. So everything I'm saying has a reflection on what you have to do on board. So you should be prepared not only to show that the machinery is working and how do your corrections and how you use your rectices, you should be able to explain how all these procedures are implemented on board and to demonstrate that you know what the company's systems are all about. So it's not just show me it works, it's show me how you do it, show me the maintenance, show me the procedures, show what is behind that. And that means that you have to be very well aware of what your management systems are talking about. Now, obviously, this is a much more difficult inspection to go through. And what they have done is that they have created a system where the validity of your inspection acceptance, it depends on the number of deficiencies you will get. So you can get successful inspections, which means if you get less than 22 deficiencies, and you think 22 is a big number, no, it's not. I will explain you why. Then you will get a 12-month validity on your inspection. If your inspection hasn't gone that well, and you have more than that, or you have a serious, a high-risk item, then you get less. You might get 6 months, or even 3 months, or even an unsuccessful. Unsuccessful is very bad news. Okay? And what they have actually introduced in the last meeting that they had a few months ago is that they will change the requirements for these inspections. Now it's for all vessels which are more than 14 years, and they will change from next March. It goes to all the vessels that are 12 years and older, and in the year after, the next one, it will become for all vessels over 10 years. It looks that slowly we're moving very close to what the oil majors are doing with the tankers. So this is an inspection that will become a very common practice for you, and you have to be well prepared for it. Now, if we look at some of the statistics of what has been going so far, you will see that the average number of deficiencies that we get with a new questionnaire is 22.6. We used to get less than 10. And that shows how much more difficult put together the most frequent deficiencies that they've been issuing so far. And what I'm trying to show you is that we have done a lot of work on analyzing these things and try to focus on where your attention should be. And this is the most frequent deficiency, 4.12. And I've put there 4.12 for you to see what this questionnaire is all about. So if you read the question, it says, is welding and gas burning equipment in good order and properly stored? That's an answer that we usually say, yes, yes. But look at the details. Look what they ask for. Look the rigorous requirement, which requires, for example, that gas equipment is annually served by a competent group, by a competent service provider. And it goes on like this. Now, all these requirements, this is why this questionnaire is 190 pages. It's not a simple questionnaire. It's a new industry standard. And this is what you have to take from today's presentation. A, it's a new industry standard. It's everything that we have to do from now on to be able to pass such an inspection successfully. And the second one is, what do we have to do about this? And what you have to do about this is to get ready. Get prepared. Don't wait until your vessel is nominated to go through a RightShip inspection. What your company has done is that they have put together something that we call a compliance matrix. And basically what we do there is we take each question of the questionnaire and we put next to it where in your system, where within your system there is an answer on how to
Of course. Thank you.
Hello. It's okay? Test mic. Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Nice to see you, everyone. And to have a forum like this, as I see from previous year until now, the forum has fruitful, have improved, or I mean, it was very fruit, you know. Then the shipping also now, I mean, also we are very thankful that the outcome of the some suggestion, clarification, now easily, although the transition is very, but it was made. Let's say sorry, the health card of the people, then the province from the province of the crew that is actually 80% of the crew, of the officers and crew is living in the province and not Metro Manila. So for this time, I want to take opportunities here. I want to have suggestion. Actually, I'm planning. It was already practiced in the other company. So this time, if the we can provide the lodging for the province crew, that if they are during stay in Manila, or you say they can also charge them, let's say 100 pesos a day for the maintenance, so that they cannot go anywhere or somewhere to find the lodging just to stay, let's say, to process the visa, to have the, let's say, for medical and so on. This is, yeah, this is good. And actually, I've been, for you to know that I've been working in the company as a chief engineer for 13 years. So I see how the company improving, and they are well helping them. We are helping them to have, I can, you know, every time motivation for myself, I want to learn more and share it to others. So speak up. Speak up. Yeah. This is the good time. Be free. Whatever you have in your mind, you can have. And this is your motivation in yourself. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking up. All the proposals, everything that you have said over time, we are noting it. Panagiotis is there. He's looking at me as if he has regretted the opportunity to speak up. He's making a note. So thank you very much. Are we ready to go? Yes?
Yes, we
so
are.
I'll pass
we are
you on
ready.
to Mado to introduce our next speakers, and thank you very much for your patience.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. And we are ready for our next presentation. So, two ladies, one operator from our dry vessels, and a technical superintendent from our tanker vessels are going to guide us how to plan bunkering operations. Please welcome on stage Ms. Lydia Mavropoulou and Ms. Konstantina Foudouli.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm Lydia. This is Ms. Konstantina Foudouli, and today we will present to you how to plan safely your bunkering operations from my perspective, which is the operational and the commercial aspect, and Ms. Konstantina will finish up with the technical aspect of bunkering operations. So, let's start. When we are under time charter, bulk carriers usually operate within time charters. We need to calculate our bunkers intake, see our available tanks on board, and prepare the calculations for how much quantity of bunkers is required during our passage. If we follow the first in, first out rule for consumption, we are almost always be able to guarantee that we will have at least one bunkering tank available for the operation. This has also to, in this situation, calculating your bunkers intake, you need also to take into consideration what is the passage ahead of you. So if you cross the Atlantic, you need to apply a safety margin of 5 or 20% in some cases, and also you need to take into consideration your expected port stay. Something that I want to stress very much is that this is not a job of the chief engineer alone or the master. Both of them have to be aware of what is remaining on board, how much bunkers are required in order to ensure the safety of the entire passage ahead of us. So in this slide, you will see that I have inserted the usual forms that we will request you to send us, and we need you to complete these forms appropriately, accurately, and make sure that you have inserted all the information. These are very important information to provide to us so that we can monitor from our side as well. Finally, when calculating your bunkers intake, when the vessel is loaded, means that you need to take also into consideration the draft restrictions that may apply. We cannot, if we cannot lift the quantity that is requested from the charterers, we may need to adjust on a later stage if there is restrictions at bunkering port, for example. The next thing that I want you to keep in mind and to always have as your first and most important reminder is the safety of the operation. So how do we ensure that? By preparing. How we prepare? You need to take information about the bunkering operations, if there will be fenders in the bunkering barge, where the bunkering barge will moor alongside your vessel. Avoid simultaneous operations in congested ports. So let's stay a little bit on that. It is very common for the bulk carriers to lift bunkers at Singapore. This is a common port where we arrange the owner's matters. I want you to try and arrange from your side as well as from our side in the office, different times for each operation. When we're lifting bunkers, this is our focus. We do not dispose sludge, we do not dispose at the same time garbage, take provisions. We can always manage and allocate our jobs so that we can ensure safety. Mooring is very important, and usually we can encounter heavy weather at bunkering ports or at loading port or even discharging port. If you notice that the weather conditions are not favorable, you just request the bunkering barge to leave. Most commonly, the bunkering barge will not stay alongside you if there is heavy weather or if there is high swell, but this is also requested from your side as well. You need to keep close monitoring of weather conditions and check that the mooring is done safely in order to avoid also any pollution and environmental hazards. Finally, in your preparations, you need to request the COQ. This is a very sensitive topic, as the COQs provided to us usually can have different specifications, let's say, from the final analysis of the bunkers, but this is our only document that we can receive before lifting the bunkers. So you receive in advance, you examine it along with the chief engineer, you send it to the office, we have a look as well, and we decide if we can accept the bunkers or not. Upon arrival of the bunkering berths, you also request the hard copy to check that this is the actual document that you received prior arriving at the bunkering port. So, my final issue that I want to stress to you and advise you is the commercial perspective. So, in time charters, the charterers will conduct an on-hire and off-hire survey. There have been multiple occasions where we notice difference in figures between the bunker surveyor and the chief engineer. This is where you need to step up. Do not sign a document that you do not agree with. Do not accept it, reject to sign. You have the right to do so, and also relay the information to the office. This is very important to keep us on the loop, keep us advised so that we can press from our side and assist you on this matter in case you are being pressed to sign whatever document is brought to you. Same goes for the BDN as well. We have noticed that maybe suppliers will give more bunkers or less bunkers and request you to sign a different quantity. This should not be accepted. You have the right to reject to sign, and you need to stand up for your figures and for your calculations. Next up, I want again to repeat to you, this is not one-man job. You need to be in close communication with your master and with your chief engineer, respectively, discuss the information you have, and communicate all this information back to the office if you need assistance on this matter. Final and most sensitive topic of all, I would say, and this is something that we avoid most oftenly, is commingling of the VLSFO. This is something that we try to avoid at all costs, but as you understand, if we have a very busy schedule of the vessel, let's say if we're sailing inside the ECA zones, there might not be enough VLSFO tanks available. So we might need to commingle some small quantity of VLSFO with new bunkers or with bunkers that are already on board. This is only agreed and accepted in exceptional circumstances, and only after liaising with the office, we from our side, from the operational department, will discuss with our technical superintendents, get their advice, and once we reach the decision, we inform you and you take the instructions from the technical department. So now Ms. Kostadina will tell you more about this.
Thank you, Lydia.
You're welcome.
The most important thing when we are about to perform commingling, when we are about to mix two fuels, is to check the compatibility. The compatibility is the ability of the blend of two different fuels to form a homogeneous and stable blend. It is not sure that two stable fuels will create a stable blend when they are mixed with each other. In this diagram, which I know that you are very familiar with, is how we can test if the two fuels we are about to mix are compatible. So, for the first two images,
if we make the compatibility test and we compare the results, if we have a similar image like this, it means that we can proceed. It means that the blend is going to be pretty much stable. For the last 3 images, I know that the differences are small, but they are very important and we need to be very careful about it. It means that the commingling is not recommended because the blend of the 2 fuels is not going to be stable. And this means that the blend is going to generate excessive sludge. And these sludge can choke the purifiers, the filters, the bunker lines, and it can cause very big problems for our main engines. These problems are, in extreme cases, so difficult to repair that it can be uneconomical. Even if we try to burn this unstable mix, the spray that is going to be generated during the combustion is going to be so uneven that the excessive thermal, that is going to be on the exhaust system inside the liners is going to make some big problems on the engine. So, in these photos, we can see some very difficult situations we might face with unstable fuels. And we can see the purifiers, the bunker lines, and how difficult it is going to be to remove this sludge from the bunker tanks. However, it is not going to be only an unstable blend that can cause these problems. Some fuels that have a high total sediment potential, TSP value, can also generate a sludge, and they can cause problems that are similar with an unstable blend. So, in case that we face a fuel like this and we have to burn it, what we usually do is that we follow always the instructions from the office, and we can use some fuel additives to make the operation of the fuel better. This is one of the reasons why we make fuel quality testing. And there are a lot of parameters that are important in this. Here we can see some examples of what do we test when we test the fuel quality. So density, viscosity, flash point, pour point are operational parameters how to handle and how to burn the fuel. The sulfur content is what verifies the environmental regulatory compliance of the fuel. The TSP we have already talked about, and another very important parameter is the cat fines, the catalytic fines. These are small particles, aluminum and silicon particles, that are included in the VLSFOs, and they can make very big damages on the main engine. Essentially what happens is that they scratch the surface of the liners, like this. I hope you can distinguish the difference between the right and the left side here. And on one side, we have a liner that has been scratched excessively due to cat fines. Unfortunately, we have learned this lesson the hard way back in 2020 when we started burning VLSFOs. And on the other side, we can see a new liner that the machining marks are very visible, and these machining marks are very important because they keep the cylinder lubricating oil in place and they protect the surface of the liner. Generally, this is one of the biggest problems we face with VLSFO, together with the fuel stability, which can degrade with time, which means that if a fuel is stable when we take it, it doesn't mean that it will remain stable for a long period of time. As Lydia said earlier, it is very important to remember that the oldest fuel is consumed first, so we don't face any problems like this or the previous ones we saw earlier. And, you know, we understand that the bunkering is something very common. We all know about it. We have all done it. We actually purchase 250,000 tons of fuel every year in about 300 bunkering operations a year. This means that about once every day there is a bunkering operation in one of our vessels. But still, we need to remember that even if this is a very common operation, this is still a high-risk potential operation. We need to be very cautious when we make the bunkering. We need to be very conscious when we handle the fuel, and we need to be alert when we burn the fuel and see any signs that something is not wrong. That something is wrong, something is not right, and to be in contact with the office. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Thank you, ladies, for this very nice and interesting presentation. We had a break before. I hope you relaxed a bit and drink some coffee, because now the next topic is a bit stressful, at least for me. However, Captain Chong will make it easy for us. Working from Heights is the workshop he will present to us. Captain Chong is a master mariner with long experience in various posts on board and ashore. Captain Chong, welcome on stage.
Can you hear me? Good morning. Good morning. Magandang umaga and kalimera. So thank you, Marine Trust and Anthony and everybody from your company for inviting us. And this is the first time that we're here with you all. So I try to, because the session is, if you look at the schedule, it's rather long. Mine is the only one with the 1 hour. So it's more of a workshop rather than me only speaking and throwing you questions and throwing you notes. So I want the thing to be more interactive so that we can get the thing more lively and all that. So you see me walking around and all. I forgot, I haven't got the clicker yet, sorry. Thank you so much. Right, so my session is going to be working on height. So I'm going to share some cases with you all. I'm mindful of the time there. But I have 4 cases in hand, but I would like to share at least minimum 3, depending on how our interaction is. Okay? Right. So I will, and thank you for introducing me just now. So that's me. I'm not going to go through my this thing already. And I know that today the forum, the theme is shaping our future together. So we're here to change something. Hopefully, at the end of the day's workshop, you'll be able to bring something back. I know that there are a lot of seniors here, and there are some junior officers also. All of you have this already in mind. But whether you practice with it or whether you take it today with it when you go home and when you go on board the ship, is another thing that we're trying to get that through you, right? Because I can get to maybe 75 of you, but you go on maybe 75 ships, you change the other 20%. 20 times 75, that's a lot of people that you'll be changing today, right? So we're going to talk about some cases with fatal fall into the cargo hold, fatal fall from a ladder, and scaffolding fall that causes serious injuries. And finally, there's one fatality inside the elevator shaft. Okay, so we get on with the first case first. But the first case is regarding the fatal fall onto the cargo hold. That means to say, basically somebody actually fell from the top of the combing down all the way until the tank top. And mindful, that was about 17 meters fall. 17 meter fall, you go down flat. Right, so what happened in this case is the vessel was had fully discharged the cargo, and She's supposed to undergo whole cleaning, okay? But because of the short time frame, how many of you here actually are under a lot of pressure from your charter, like to finish your whole cleaning within 5 days? God? Oh, your charter is so generous. Nobody actually give you like 5 days. 3 days. 3 days, right? See, you got 3 days of pressure. So you're always under pressure. So this charter, they actually employ about 13 riding crew to assist the captain with the whole cleaning. Sorry, I can't really see that, so I have to look at here. Right, so 13 persons was contracted, but unfortunately during this time when they did this cargo and whole cleaning, it was during the COVID time. So COVID time, you know, I was still running operations. You cannot really actually interact much with the riding crew from the shore. And they also, the riding crew also are afraid of you because you might come from another port. You interact more, maybe you got COVID. Nobody wants to touch you, nobody wants to talk to you. Everybody don't want to stay their distance. So unfortunately, because of this COVID, once in a lifetime thing, that the communication, there's a gap down there. So I don't talk to you, you don't talk to me, you only have one representative, I talk to you, one person only. But the rest of the crew, they don't want to talk. So that's one peculiar about this particular case. Okay, so what happened is, chief officer has carried out a two-box meeting, but it only carried out with the team leader from the riding team. All right? And the riding team actually found that the risk assessment was not necessarily to be done with their other 12 members because this whole riding team, they are experienced. They always come, go, they clean the cargo hold, then they go. So the team leader deemed that it's okay, normal job for them. And unfortunately also one more thing from that, only the team leader speaks English. Okay, the rest of the 12 guys don't really speak much of English. Right, but they do have all their PPE, their helmet, their glove, safety shoes and all that. So then they carry on doing their cargo cleaning. And the chief officer did the risk assessment, but it was not provided to the riding team. What the chief officer did is he went around, checked all the tools, everything. Everything is there. It's fine. So he think that he done the risk assessment already. He never shared the peculiar of that cleaning the cargo hold. They're supposed to clean number 1 cargo, number 2 cargo, and number 5 cargo hold. Right? Then after that, riding team started cleaning number 5 cargo hold, while the ship crew was inspecting number 1 and 2 cargo hold. So what happened after that is one riding team member was last seen that, it's not a laser pointer. Okay, he was last seen there, okay, working overside, climbing up the combing there. And then he was doing his cleaning. Of course, there are other team members around with him. But can you tell me from the look of the picture of this, no pressure, just answer verbally, raise your hand on. Anything wrong if I were to do cleaning from a cargo hold like this when I'm standing up there doing cleaning? Any issue? No issue? Is it safe? Say again, sorry? No? No? Not safe. So what is not safe here? This is the actual photos from the vessels. That actually happened, that one. And if you see the previous slide, this is the actual fall that he suffered. Okay? So what is not safe here? Come on, it's an interactive session, guys. Anything that you can improve. Today, end of the day, is to relate you when you go on board the ship. What you need to do. I had that forum maybe 3 weeks ago, but today when I go back, we discussed about that when I was at the forum. When I go back to the ship now, something similar to what we discussed. Something is missing. What do you think is missing? Anything missing from here? Anybody? Senior captain, chief officer? So only me raise hand. Right, if you raise hand, then I'll give you a present. Oh, you raise your hand? Yeah, about the safety harness. About some more? Okay. What I'm trying to relate to, thank you, good point. Working You got body and harness and all. So the hedge cover is open like this. If you, let's say you wear harness, where are you going to secure the harness to? Strong point. Is there anything rigged down there? No rope. You have a safety line, right? On board the ship, you run across, whatever that you need to. Where is your strong point? If you need to rig a safety line, where is your safety line going to be? Say I'm working down here right now. This is the fall. So can I rig my safety line here and then I walk here? I work here? No. The safety line should be above you. So you don't take the impact of the fall, right? Sorry for scaring everybody like that. Right, so you don't take the impact. So you need to rig all this safety line. Everything has to be there. Okay? So this is just a brief discussion about. He was found later on, fallen into the cargo hold. Okay? His equipment all is still lying on deck. Of course, the riding team leader informed the masters. And after that, they sent the first aid stretcher, bring him to the office and try to medevac the guy. Right? So what do you think of the outcome? This is a simulation of the aftermath that they did an investigation. They simulate how the guy was working. Okay? So, do you think he survived? No, he definitely did not survive. Okay? So, of course, they try to medevac the thing, but it's a bit too late. So now I want to ask you, so since it's going to be an interactive session, I'm going to ask you the first questions that I need you all to scan. Oh, scan this QR code for me. It's a Slido thing. Okay? Costas, later on we switch over to the Slido. First question. Yeah, after they start. Okay, if you don't mind, please take out your phone. You are all young generation down here. Young guys, 20 over years old. Okay, please come. Scan this. Answer the first question for me. Because you roughly understand the scenario, the case, what happened. So I want to pick your brains right now, all from what we discussed, what do you think is the most immediate cause of this fatal accident? Okay, the question I'm going to ask you is, what do you think could have been the immediate cause of that incident? Got it? Everybody got it? So then after that, we have the second question. Later on, we'll follow. Okay, we do the first question first. If you don't mind, Costas, can we switch over to the 1 minute? Okay, what I need from you is, you roughly know what is the case now, the layout of the whole thing, how the thing happened and all. But I want to see from what you grasped from your experience related to your cases on board, related to your experience on board. What do you think is the one most immediate cause that caused the guy to fall down? Okay? Of course, later on we will have another exercise. We will split the room into half here. Okay? East, west. But let's get on to the first one first. Right. Question 1. Right. Complacency. Who participate in complacency? Raise your hand. Oh, first one, I see. Complacency. Thank you very much. I need to know from you, why do you say that complacency?
Because they're already experienced and they're doing the job regularly, so they're complacent that everything will be fine, yes, that nothing will happen. So they did not follow the procedures. Procedures not.
But was the procedure even discussed?
Even the risk assessment, it was not disseminated to all the riding team. Only the team leader and the chief officer carried.
Yes, I totally agree with you. Don't you guys agree? Yes? I think you deserve something, right? Come, let's catch. Right, man. Thank you very much. I love this type of interaction with you all, so that I can pick your brains. You see, I can send, okay, from when I was Marine Soup, I can send you 1,001 case studies and I can send you 1,001 lesson learned, but you won't pick up. But with this entire interaction, I can pick your brains and you see, we can actually narrow it down. A lot of you all here, down here, with your experience, actually say this case is because of complacency. Right? Complacency as in the sense they didn't do their safety rigging of the lines. They don't do their risk assessment. Okay, they don't talk to each other. They don't brief their riding team. It's only the team leader. If, let's say, I'm the captain, I'm the only one who knows this operation, and I do it, and I don't brief my guys. What do you think is going to happen? I go into a port where I don't brief my officers, my chief engineer, my engineers, my crew, that what we're going to do in this port. Do you think anybody can do the job smoothly? So the important thing for you to do is, as a leader, you all must think and communicate with your guys. Make sure that they know everybody is the same level playing field. Everybody know about this so that you don't get complacent when you do your job. I know day in, day out, we do 300 operations of bunkering, right? Is it 300 operations a year? Yeah, something like that. Right, so you can relate that. But we still see, when I was in Singapore, for the past 6 months, we had 3 major oil spill cases in Singapore. You can say that every day Singapore got so many ships doing all this, but still there are complacency where they top up the fuel oil tank, they bunker the fuel oil tank until they didn't monitor, the gauge was spoiled, and then they didn't monitor the level, and it overspilled 5 tons of fuel oil into the Singapore water. This is what we call complacency. Right, next, okay, procedure not followed, that's another thing. Proper PPE, yes. Who say proper PPE? First one to raise your hand, maybe you get something. Of course. Okay, PPE, can you share something that, from your opinion?
You said that they were laid on the deck,
yes.
Probably not used.
Yes.
Why he chose to proceed with his work without having
harness,
his lifeline, his harness, his self-retracting device.
Yes. The fall arrestor, right? The device that you all have.
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe also a lack of teamwork, someone to guide him, someone to use the stop work obligation.
Yes. Stop work obligation is one thing that I saw from your brochures. Actually, is there, and something that I admire. You all have these stop work obligations. This is something that have a chance for all the juniors to speak up. Yes, that one. Okay. So why I can relate to some of the sharing just now. A lot of time, the juniors are the one who does the job. The captains, chief engineer, maybe they are the one who delegates the job and all that. But they are not doing it hands-on anymore. Most of the time, they are monitoring, they are doing the risk assessment and all that. But you, if as a junior, you are the one who does all the job hands-on. So if you find something which is not safe, the practice has been going on for maybe 20 years ago. Everybody carry on doing the same thing and same thing again. So monkeys, sorry for the language, monkey see, monkey do. That you think that this is the correct procedure, but maybe things has changed. Last time you don't have to work so high. Last time you don't have to work so wide a ship, or you don't have to like rig scaffolding and all that. So now that you are working on that as a junior, if you see something is wrong and then the chief officer asking me to climb up there, if I see that it is not safe, what do? I stop the work. If I see whether AB is climbing up there, but as a junior, I see the scaffolding is not locked, what do? I stop the work. So this is something that need to instill in you are not going to stay as a junior officer forever, junior engineer forever. You're going to rise through your ranks. And it is up to you to change that culture. Right? So, lack of communication. Who was the one who said complacent? You did, but I'm going to give you one. Can you catch? Right, thank you. Lack of communication. I'm not going to spend too long on each of the cases because I'm mindful of the time. Right, can you all let me know who mentioned about lack of communication? Can you share your opinion with me? Who said that? Lack of communication. Obviously, there was somebody because it's already written down there. Lack of communication. Anybody who said that? Also you? See, your CEO already said that, but you are not sharing. Come, Anthony, if you want to share something about lack of communication.
Yes. I think it's better if somebody else had actually.
Yeah, actually, they are supposed to. Yeah, okay. But I would like to hear from you also.
Like I said earlier, communication is key. It is one of the key areas we should work on. And it's not as simple as we think. It's not just talking and listening. It's understanding. It's comprehending. So, this is something that is, I think, it's the cornerstone of beginning to do a job, to do anything. So, without it, we are at the first step of the ladder. That is my opinion, and I think in the majority of incidents that you analyze, somewhere along the line, you will find also that miscommunication was there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh. Do you catch? All right, man. Give him a round of applause. Okay. So now the thing is, we shared just now. We saw the zombie thinking about communication. Everybody is scared to bring the bad news to the boss, or everybody don't want to talk to each other. Captain don't want to communicate with the team, and then after you don't know what you're supposed to expect when you're doing cargo work and all. So these are the things that we want to eliminate. So it's up to you to change from here. Okay, from this particular case, we really can see that there's no communication. Part of it is because of the COVID. They can blame it on the COVID. But the thing is, when you do a risk assessment, you really have to communicate with each other. Right? You all have to start interact more with me. Otherwise, all the balls will go to the office people. Right? Okay, so next, can we switch back to the slides, Kostas? Right, next one, I'm going to test you all, okay, which she will excel in this. I don't expect her to answer this question. Okay, what do you think, second question. What kind of PPE do you need to wear as per your company procedures? You all have to answer this because you are the one who goes through your fleet instruction manual every day. Chapter B, Section 3, right? Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I should join. Okay, please, don't mind. Everybody is quite shy, not taking out the phone. Yes, sir. Please, meantime, take your phone out, scan this. Let me know what you all think you all have to wear. Yes, PP.
Yes, prior we do the job. So we do this assessment. At the same time, we comply with the permit to work in the checklist. So we comply these procedures before doing it. And that's the time we have these safety barriers on our job.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Permit of work. So part of your permit, part of your company SMS is to get the permit of work being issued. Can I ask you now from the floor? I thank you for that remarks. Can I ask you now from your company procedures, what is considered working at height? Anything above? 1 meter? 1.5 meters. Oh, okay. Should I give you? Have I given you any stress ball yet? You're not stressed. Apparently, you are good at it. 1.5 meters. Thank you very much. Okay? Now, it is part of your SMS, your company procedure that says anything above 1.5 meter is considered working at heights. So working at heights, then you need to have your permit to work. When you have your permit to work, you need to go through all your checklists. And also, you need to go through your PPE matrix. So the PPE matrix is there. So now, can we switch over to question 2, Slido, to see the answers from the audience? This is going to be a quick one. We're just going to flash through on the second question to see what you all think. Q2, the fourth one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yep, safety harness for arrestor. So under what circumstances can you all share that you have to use for arrestor? Say again? Sorry, somebody said something. For arrestor, when do you use for arrestor?
We're not allowed to use for arrestor.
Oh, you're not allowed to use for arrestor. So who put in for arrestor? So I need to know from your opinion.
We're using now a safety harness.
Safety harness.
Fall arrestor device is not allowed anymore.
Okay, so for arrestor is not allowed anymore. So who put in for arrestor then? So you don't get a ball after if you raise your hand. right? So safety harness obviously is the first one, but from the picture we already know that safety harness, even though that he's wearing, where does he secure? Okay, so we need to know. So these are the things that safety harness and RFT line, all right, that's safety line. So we have discussed that. So I hope today, by the end of the day, when you go back to your ship, when you do this type of exercise, when you do your whole cleaning, you make sure that you have your safety line, safety harness, everything being rigged, all your PPE checked as per your company metrics, right? So I owe you one ball, but I'm not sure whether you can catch with that distance. Right, 1, 2, 3. All right, thanks, man. Okay, now can we go back to the PPT? All right, so today is a stress ball session. Huh? Nah, I'm not stressed at all. Okay, right. Now I'm going to split the group into two. So this is the only exercise that we're going to get you to split into two groups. Okay, we have like all here on the west. We have the 4, 3, 10, 5, 2. Then we have 9, 6, 8, 1, and 7 on the east side. So we have two teams here. Now, group 1, which is the, okay, my west team. Group 1 here, you represent the ship's crew. Group 2 here, you represent the riding team. So can you scan your respective QR code? Now tell me, because we all understand the whole situation, what happened, what is missing already. But I want to instill one thing into your mind now, your stop work obligation. Okay, from your stop work obligation, what is one thing, an immediate barrier that could have prevented if somebody have done something, if somebody have said something, if something has been put in place, we could have avoided the whole fatal case. What is one thing that is most important thing that missing? It could be something in your procedure. It could be something in your control. Control maybe to say like your risk assessment being done, permit to work being done. What is one thing that you think that is missing from here? Okay? Is it lack of, it's quite similar to what is the immediate cause. But the thing is, I want to understand from you. Now you represent one team is from the ship, one team is from the riding team. I need to understand from you, your mind, one thing that could have stopped the fatal accident. Okay, can we go to Slido? Question 3. Yo. Thanks, Mark. Oh. Right. U3. Right. From the ship's crew, what is one thing that you all could have done to stop the thing? Is it communication? Is it barrier? Is it control? It's also harness. So a lot of you all come back to think that it's all because never wear harness. Is that correct? Ship's crew, right? Ship's crew. Do you all agree? Agree? Can we have a round of applause if you agree? Later on, if they clap louder, they get all the presents, you know. Right, so as per PPE metrics for arrestor, again, lifeline, cover all, yes, he's wearing cover all, he's wearing helmet, he's wearing safety shoe. 2024 forum, that strikes me as very curious. Why do we have 2024 forum? So because the riding team or the ship crew never attend the forum today, is it? Good answer, yeah? So he already volunteered himself to join this. So I guess it all boils down to quite similar. One thing that they have not put in, if you could have like instruct him, at this point of time where the riding crew team actually fall into the cargo is when the ship's crew was inspecting cargo hold 1 and 2 while the riding team is working at cargo number 5. So if somebody would have been put there from the ship's crew to monitor the whole operation, somebody would have like stopped the thing, asked them to wear their proper PPE, asked them to put on their safety line, and at least if he fall, something is there to hang on to, right? Something is hanging on it and save his life. Okay, can we go to Q4 to see from the riding team, what do you think that lacking from the ship's crew, what they did not provide for you, what they didn't do for you to stop this incident? Q5. Communication. Right, again, come back to communication and proper communication again. So again and again, it's about communication. Who would like to represent the Group 2 to speak up for the riding team? Anybody? There are a lot of senior captains here, I see. Or the juniors only want to speak? Nobody want to speak? Yes, somebody from there. Yes, please. What do you think is lacking that could have stopped the thing?
Good morning. So, point of view, we discuss.
Please stand up so that they can take a good picture of you.
Good morning. In the point of view, we discuss proper communication. So, riding team should have a proper communication in order to be safe during the work in the tank or somewhere as given job order by the chief officer. With that so, safety of ourselves will be avoided.
Okay, again, so sorry. The safety of the
safety of ourselves.
Yeah.
To be avoided. No. It's important, the safety of ourselves.
Okay.
During working in the tank or anywhere in the ship, as chief officers given the job order.
Okay. So communication is important.
Proper communication.
Okay. So a lot of time you find on board, from your experience when you relate to your work on board, you find that there's always some lacking in communication. Is that correct?
That's correct. Even the chief officers carried out the
risk assessment
afterwards. The crew itself to be communicate what to do, what not to do.
Can I ask what is your rank on board the ship?
I am chief officer.
Oh, you're chief officer. So it's up to you to change now, right? You are the one who making all the procedures and all the changes. You're implementing the procedures, right? So the important thing is once you make that risk assessment already, what should you do? So you do a risk assessment, you do a permit to work, it could be a paper exercise. Is that so? Yes, a lot of time you find that, right? I have experienced that before. It's all about paper exercise. I could be sitting in the smoke room with bosun for 5 minutes. I say, boss, this one have or not? Boss, this one have? Don't have? Don't have. Okay, tick, tick, tick. I can spend my 5 minutes and I say, oh, risk assessment is done. Is that correct procedure? No, that's not the correct procedure. You're supposed to go to the scene there, do the risk assessment, check one by one, whether the control is there, whether the risk is there, the hazards is there. And then after that, you've done all these checks already. What do you do? Discuss. You have to discuss with the crew. How do you do discuss? You do a toolbox meeting. Very good. Clap. Give yourself a round of applause now. Toolbox meeting. Toolbox meeting is prior to the starting of the operation, that job. You communicate with those who are going to be involved. This is something that you need to stress on to them. See this. This is where you're going to fall. If you don't have a manhole here, if you don't have a barrier here, see this. These are the hazards. Make sure you make it known to them. All right? Rather than they come, they think, okay, there's a hole, or somebody put a manhole cover slanted so that it doesn't fall. Okay, there's a manhole cover there, but it's not boxed down. Maybe somebody will come here, walk, never realize that there's a manhole here. He slipped, the manhole cover slipped away, then he fell down. So this is something that we want to avoid. You do your toolbox meeting so that you get that into their mind. All the junior, especially if you have any like junior officer or OS or AB, that is going to do the job. Okay, make sure you bring it to them, have that toolbox meeting, conduct it with them, let them know where are the hazards, and let them know what are the mitigation, what are the controls being put in place. Okay? Right? Thank you very much for that. So that's the end of our first case. That we want to quickly go on to our second case. Can we slide back? Oh, who do I owe? I owe you one, man. And I'm not of a baseball fan, so I don't know whether if I can reach that or not. You try, huh? 1, 2, 3. Oh, somebody else. Sorry, man. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Assessment. So this risk assessment should be extended to the external contractors. That means your external contractor means those who come on board, your bunker surveyor, bunker team, your riding team, whoever that comes on board, the technician, be it today your radar spoil, somebody is going to work on the Monkey Island, he's going to climb onto the Christmas tree and all that. These are some of the contracted workers that you contract with. If you have to do a risk assessment, when you do a risk assessment, make sure you extend this to them. They don't know your ship. You know your ship the best. Okay? You know where are the hazards. So your view is very important. Your experience on board the ship, you encounter it already, so you know. Highlight to them. Okay? Nobody should tolerate any obvious risk. So maybe the riding team, they did not realize that. Or maybe it's not a practice for this ship. They don't rig any safety harness, they don't rig any safety line. So he just accepted the risk and he worked. He go over the side and he fell down. Right? Okay, permit to work. Just now we already discussed about this. Okay, proper PPE should be provided. Safety barrier like safety line should be rigged across the open hatches. Lack of manpower. Now in this particular case from the flag investigation report pointed out this. This is one of the things that lack of manpower planning. Because all the crew has been designated to go and inspect cargo hold 1 and 2. So none of the crew members is actually planned extra man to go and monitor the riding team cleaning at cargo hold 5. So one of the points that they point out is because alongside this pandemic restriction and desire to complete multiple tasks, where I again pick up from your manuals that you don't do this. Is it called CMOPs or something? SIMOP. Can you explain to me, anybody who want to explain to me what is CMOPs? CMOPs is simultaneous operation. Thank you very much. You know your manual very well. Okay, the CMOPs is basically what they did here. They did inspection on cargo 1 and 2. They let the riding team do the cleaning on cargo hold 5. So they are trying to complete this as soon as possible, but they neglected somebody to monitor and supervise them. So this is one of the things that we should put also. Plan your manpower when you're coming into port or when you're doing some other operations. Okay? Effective stop work obligations program for the ship to challenge any some unsafe act. Just now we already mentioned about it already. So we're not going to go through all the rest of the thing already. So this is about case 1, right? So we'll quickly go to case number 2. Case number 2 is basically fatal fall from a ladder. When you read through this particular case, okay, of all my slides, you can see that the QR code is there. Okay, these are the QR code that you can scan in to read through the online original material of the cases. All right. So what happened was this product tanker was en route from South Korea to Los Angeles. They have already received a notification that USCG is going to inspect the ship. So what happened now? If I'm chief engineer or second engineer or chief officer, captain, USCG is going to come. I'm going to make sure my ship is tip-top, spotless, everything is prepared, check, double check, make sure the ship can pass the USCG inspection. Right? They are quite stringent on that. So now chief officer has found out that the lashing turnbuckle for the ship 3-4 lifeboat, was defect due to corrosion. So he assigned the AB and the bosun to do this type of maintenance job, basically to get rid of the rust, grease it. But this particular turnbuckle, lashing turnbuckle, is the one that shackles it at the back, at the aft of the lifeboat. So it's relatively safe because it's still on the accommodation deck where you can access just walking up the ladders. So you don't have to rig additional item or any additional staging and all that. Right, so chief officer instructed bosun and AB to work on that particular job only. Removal of the rust and painting of the turnbuckle. Right, that is the job being given. Right, sink that into the mind. So after that, ship was rolling moderately. Okay, then chief officer carried out a verbal risk assessment of the maintenance job with the bosuns on board and also working aloft, and no working aloft is allowed. He already mentioned that verbally. Right, AB observed the David hook forward. That means to say, AB already finished the turnbuckle at the aft. So now he observed something which is forward David hook that needed some lubrication. Okay, maybe the grease seems a bit dry for him, so he spotted that. Initiative, you commend him for that. He got his initiative. He knows that this has to be done. Right, but the height was 4.5 meters and the ladder was 5 meters. So it's about less than 2-story high. I'm sure all of you know how high is a free-fall lifeboat, right? So having finished the job on the turnbuckle, he approached the bosun to assist him to lubricate the forward hook. Okay? Bosun initially tell him not to. Right? But then after that, the AB insists the AB climb up the ladder. Okay? And the bosun helped him to hold the ladder steady. Okay, this is also the actual scenario, the pictures from the case. Okay, the ladder was equipped with the rubber feet at the bottom there. Okay, but as you can see, what is missing from here? Okay, one side you have the rubber there. The other side is missing. Nothing is there. Right, so not both legs were firm in contact with the deck. Okay, so naturally when both are not firm, one got gasket, one no gasket, the ladder is a bit unstable. So what he did, he climbed without any PPE. Bosun tried to stop, but he insists, to ask him to hold the ladder, and he climbed up. Thereafter, the ladder slipped, naturally, because only one gasket only one. So the bosun was unable to hold the ladder, and he collapsed. Okay, AB fell and was found unconscious on deck. Chief officer was informed, and he was brought to the hospital using stretcher. First aid was given, and this particular forward hook is what he wanted to grease. Okay, so how he rigged the ladder is like this. So, do you think it's safe or unsafe? I see some of you already shaking your head behind there. So, it's definitely unsafe. What else is unsafe from the statement just now we make? He did not wear safety harness. Again, safety harness come into your mind now. Right. Of course, they informed USCG and requested for medevac, but the medevac will take about 2.5 hours. So by the time that they reach on the 3rd hour, AB already stopped breathing. Of course, they deployed the AED and all that, tried to resuscitate him, but he was later on pronounced dead from a 4.8 meters height fall. You would think that 4.8 meters is maybe nothing. Compared to the previous case, is 17 meters. 4.8, you think It might not kill somebody, or it may only injure somebody. Later on, we see the third case is even higher. A third case is about 9 meters fall. Okay, this case is 4.8 meters. And does 4.8 meters, this number struck you anything? 4.8 meters, do you wear harness? Yes, you wear harness. 70 meters, do you wear harness? Yes, you wear harness. 9 meters, do you wear harness? Yes. But why is it that 4.8 meters is struck this AB's mind saying that it is not required? Sorry? It's not following the company procedure of working with height 1.5. Another thing that he does is what? Complacency, and what we call also risk tolerance. You accept it, you tolerate the risk. You think 4.8 meters to you can reach. It's not a danger for you. But in fact, 4.8 meters can already kill somebody. Right? Sink that into your mind. Now, your company has already designated 1.5 meters. Why is it the company designate 1.5 meters is working at heights? So have that in your mind. Make sure that your crew also have that in the mind. That regardless, if you can say that 70 meters, yes, I must wear. But how come this guy is not wearing at 4.8 meters? Something wrong, isn't it? Risk tolerance level that suddenly shoot up that, yeah, doesn't matter. I can take the job. With the ladder, bosun is helping me to hold it. I'm safe. This is because of risk tolerance. Try not to do that. Okay? Try to avoid this type of complacency. All right? So, the objective here is to focus on decision making, PPE, safety protocol, and intervention. These are all the things being picked up from the flag investigation report. So, maybe we just discuss this verbally first. PPE, lacking of safety harness. If you were to put in additional PPE, what other things that you can put in? Staging. What happened to the ladder? Secure. Does the ladder have the correct rubber gasket? No. So, replace it. Right? What else? Any other thing that you can do as part of the barrier? The accident doesn't happen just like because of one thing missing, it happens. There are multiple layers of hierarchy of controls that you can actually think of to avoid. Your company has set up a procedure for your SMS. This is your hierarchy control of your procedure. Procedure control already there. Okay, PPE control, safety control. What other barrier control that you can have? Think in your mind. Always practice this when you're on board the ship, when you do this type of operation. Safety protocol is your SMS. Intervention. Who is the most senior guy here in this two-person operation? Bosun was the senior guy. But why didn't he do something about it? Why didn't he stop him? Why didn't he intervene? And why he just accepted that? He tried to? Yeah, he didn't insist. So, would you have intervened if you're the bosun? Yes. Right? You should. Right. Now, again, I'm mindful of time, so I might not go to this particular Slido, okay, because we already know what happened in this case. So we discuss about it. We will go through the hierarchies of control, and we will go through the whatever findings from the flag state instead. So we will skip the Slido for this particular part. Okay? Right. Can you all see now here? Wow, it's a bit difficult to see. Even I can't really see clearly here. Can I come down and discuss with you all? Right. Now, the bottom of that particular inverted triangle is to protect. What do you use to protect? You use your PPE to protect. That is your first line of control, your PPE control. Okay? Now, if you use harness and you use safety helmet, chin strap when working aloft, is this required by your company? Yes. So this is the first part of control. Second control is your behavioral and your skill set control. The barriers is there. So in this particular one is influence behavior. So what is influence behavior? It's written down there on the right-hand side there. Okay? It's written down there. Complacency, stop work system, quality control, sleep equipment. So they already identified this as your behavior control. You accepted the risk because complacency. And then you did not stop. Bosun did not stop him. Your stop work obligation fell. Okay? Your control on your barriers on the equipment is not there. Your administrative control is your part of your SMS. It already stated what are the criteria that you're supposed to do when you carry out this type of working at height job. But apparently, they did not follow. So he already missed PPE control, he already missed behavior control, he already missed administrative control. So all this, if one of them could have been executed, it could have stopped the whole thing from happening. All right, physical control. What can you think of physical control? Put a platform there to access the forward lifeboat. So do you think it's necessary for him to do that job at that time? No, it is not. If you think that it's not safe, bring it up to the captain, bring it up to the chief officer, say it's not safe. I will not risk myself climbing out a ladder. What will I do? I request to rig for staging. Okay? Or a platform. Right? This is something that we should do. Okay? So this is the same as what the hierarchy there has already mentioned down there. Okay? Part of it is also because of unstable equipment, lack of PPE, lack of intervention. So these are the things that we already just discussed. And again, you find that the first case and the second case, similar. Safety harness is not there. First case, lack of communication. But second case, lack of intervention. Intervention is not there. Bosun is supposed to be the one doing it. Right. Then we go to our third case. Okay. Scaffolding case. Can I check with you all, have you all come across any bulletin, safety bulletin across your fleet in the company that you all have any scaffolding cases, fallen cases? Not really. Because I saw from your risk metrics and your risk assessment that you all actually monitored fleet-wise, ship-wise, that you all have encountered this type of incidents or accidents before. So it's something very good and commendable. Because when you join that ship, you know that this ship had some incident or some working at height incidents or fall that related to this ship. When you join that, you should pay attention, what happened during that time? Where did it happen? So the next time when you do this type of job, it relates back to you. Somebody has actually fall on this ship at this particular location doing this job. All right? Now, the third case is scaffolding. What happened is the crew were deployed to do painting inside the cargo hold. Chief officer was involved. He did the risk assessment with Bosun and the ABs and the crew. And later part in the afternoon, he went to rest. Okay? So the scaffolding tower was used to access the upper bulkhead and the top side, okay, of above the tank top where the combing is. They are supposed to paint. Later on with the picture, you should be able to see it and understand it more clearly. Okay, after each section completed, the tower was repositioned. That means to say, they did this part here. When they finish, they actually stop, come down from the tower, the bosun and the AB, okay, move the tower to the next section, and then go up again and continue the job. Okay? Bosun and AB were rigged and they were wearing safety lines. Okay, every time they do that, release, come back down, secure, repeat each time. So after lunch, Bosun and AB continued to paint the scaffolding tower, and the remaining crew was assisting. Okay, the sequence of the work to the number 1 cargo hold was followed. However, this particular time, when you see in the next picture that they finished many sections already, but this particular time, Bosun and AB remain on the top of the scaffolding tower. So what changed is they remain. Right? So keep that in mind. They did not follow the previous procedure. And neither Bosun or AB3 wore the safety harness. Okay, this is the work being done. They were painting. Okay, Bosun was on the top tier, tier 5, and AB3 was on the tier 3. They did this across this 12 over meters length. They did one section, section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, and section 5. So they did all that. Each time they come down, descend, and ascend, wear their safety harness. One particular time they don't want to do. What goes on into their mind, I cannot answer you. But let's see. The work proceeded across the whole. Bosun and AB was on the tier 5 and tier 4. And they finished the aft bulkhead and decided to touch up the upper tank top, the coaming there. Okay, the cadet and OS released the tower securing line. That means they had the securing line actually secured on top through the deck there. They released that securing line so that they can come down and move the scaffolding tower while AB and Bosun just stay down there. Okay, Bosun instructed them to. Okay, when the tower was moved 0.5 meter, it suddenly toppled along with Bosun and AB3. Both of them fall down. So now, okay, this is where it fall. Okay, they were trying to paint that area, and then it fall down. Both of them were on top, all the way down. So this was about 9 meters. Okay, Bosun and AB were later on airlifted by helicopter to hospital, and Bosun received multiple injuries to his pelvis, chest, arms, and AB3 actually sustained fractured sternum and the back injury. Is that something that you expect to go home with when you sign off? No. Oh, what's that? Sorry? Get home safe. We had a motto last time is, let's do it safe. Otherwise, don't do it at all. Yeah, get home safe. Yes, it's something similar to, there's a motto for all the taxi drivers in Singapore. For all the daddies, come home safe. Yeah, so this is something that I can relate to. Okay, when I was sailing, it's the same. We always want to sign off safely, not like this. Okay, so now let's do it in your thought process. We can skip the Slido, mindful of the time. Okay, in that case, I just need your participation, raising your hand. Can you tell me now what changes? Why all the previous 4, 5 operations, all the segments that they did was safe, and this particular time is not safe? Anything change in their practice? Sorry, can you raise your hand, please? Sorry. Yes?
Fatigue.
Fatigue. So you think it's because of fatigue that they changed the procedure, the practice? But they just finished their lunch, no? Correct. Going up and down. But you have been doing it for 4, 5 times already previously. So why this particular one change? They're overconfident. Some more. Anybody? Yes, there. We have there. Rushing to finish the job. Right. Shortcuts. See, so many ideas you all already bounce here and there. You all know that. They have been practicing this for the whole of the morning. They have been practicing it for just after the lunch hours. And then suddenly they want to finish this last section already. What they do? They take shortcuts. They release the securing line. Bosun and AB previously, all the segment, they always come down, up and down, wear safety harness. But the last bit where they want to shift to this last bit, they think it's last portion of the job. So they just want to quickly finish off with it. And then after it, get on and finish off, and then that's it. So when you have this type of mindset in you, this is when the accident will happen. Okay, so what we want to avoid here is to instill that mindset in you. If you don't change the culture, if you don't change your mindset, if you want to rush just because it's the last job already, this is where accident tends to happen. Okay, because initially you're very cautious. You did the job due diligently at the starting of the morning and throughout all these few sections. But why now this one change? It's because you want to finish the job, rush it. And this is the thing that we want to avoid. This is the one that tends to get to you, and this is the one that accident tends to happen. Okay? Can we all agree to that? Yes. Can we have a round of applause of hand to say that we are committed? This sounds like a pyramid scheme getting people to clap. But just want you all to commit to yourself that we are 75 maybe here. We go back and change this mindset to those people who did not attend with you today here. Change that mindset to them. Instill that about the culture. Instill to them that you should not rush. Just because it's last segment of the job, don't rush this. Make sure you do it due diligently, how you have been practicing it. Why waste? Why risk it just because it's last 5 minutes job? Okay? Obviously, they did not expect this to happen, but it did happen. Okay? Okay, there are the same thing. The hierarchy is still there. Okay, and I know that I'm a bit behind my time already. But if we got more time, I will actually like to share with you more. So tomorrow, are you all going to still be here? Yes. So then we will continue our stress ball session tomorrow then. Okay? Right, I hope today when you go back, bring all this. It is already there. You have been practicing. You know all this knowledge. You just need to practice it, instill it to your mindset for your juniors and those who are on board the ship. All right? Thank you very much, everybody. Right. Anthony,
thank you, Captain Chong. Thank you. Another round for Captain Chong. He was very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. And he will be around for the rest of the day and for tomorrow as well. So, without further ado, thank you. I will introduce our next speaker, which is none other than the lovely Konstantina, our technical superintendent. And she will talk about a situation that occurred, and I think it's very much relevant to what we are talking about, that error is normal. So she will talk about something that happened and created an error. So please, Konstantina, the floor is yours.
Spark erosion is a phenomenon that can develop on the main engine of any vessel, and it can have detrimental effects on the condition of the engine. So even though this presentation is going to be a little bit technical, this is a matter that concerns all of us, not only the engineers. Spark erosion is the microcavity that is developed on the bearings when sparks flow through two dissimilar metals that have an electrical potential difference between them. On the vessels, the shaft and the hull are created by different materials, and the propeller is immersed in seawater, and this creates a difference in electrical potential between the shaft and the hull. This phenomenon, this micropitting, the microcavities, can be found in both white metal and in tin aluminum bearings. It will affect the bearings, it will affect the crankshaft, and it will even affect the thrust pads. And the problem with spark erosion is that we cannot detect it unless we actually open the bearings for inspection. And as you know, this is not a job that we do very often. Engine makers are familiar with this phenomenon. They have studied it, and MAN, one of the most reputable main engine makers, has issued service letters about it. The first one was back in 2008, and the second one, with technical updates, was in 2015. These service letters are available online for everyone who wants to study them. Let's take some time to try to figure out how spark erosion marks look like. So in these photos, you can see these stripe figures on the bearings, both on tin aluminum and white metal bearings. This is not very easy to differentiate from scratches, but we can see that there are small cavities, micro-pitting on the bearings. And here we see a more extreme case. And what is interesting here is that when the spark erosion has progressed significantly, then the back side of the bearing, which is opposite of the working surface, is also affected. And when the spark erosion has progressed significantly, then the crankshaft is also affected. So what happens is that the material, the small quantity of the bearing metal that is detached from the bearing is attached on the crankshaft, creating these marks on the crankshaft. And in this condition, the crankshaft surface is not within the MAN's recommended values. The roughness and hardness of the surface are not accepted, and we need to make polishing to restore its condition. And the third part of the engine we said that is affected by this phenomenon are the thrust pads. So when we make inspection of the engine's thrust pads, we have to make sure that we check very thoroughly and from every angle to see if there are any signs or any areas in bad condition. So, in case that we identify spark erosion on the crankshaft and the surface is substandard, then we have to make polishing. Polishing is a very specialized procedure that can only be done by MAN service engineers that are specially trained. This is not an easy job, this is a time-consuming job, and manually, by hand polishing, the attached metal material is removed from the shaft. As you can see in the second photo, the result is a very clear and very shiny surface. And the quality of the surface is verified by roughness measurements. We use this tool to measure the roughness of the shaft in every angle to make sure that the whole surface is acceptable. Now, in order to protect ourselves from this very dangerous phenomenon, what we use is a shaft earthing device. This is a system that consists of two brushes that are mounted on a double brush holder that are running on a slip ring that is attached on the shaft. The earthing of the shaft on the hull is done through the shaft earthing device. The shaft earthing device should keep the electrical potential difference between the shaft and the hull below 50 millivolts. This difference is monitored daily on board through our ISM form ENG 006, and in this way we can identify increasing trends before they reach alarm limits, and we can take corrective actions if needed. So you might wonder, why would the difference in potential increase if we have a shaft earthing device? The key here is that the shaft earthing device must be well maintained and correctly installed. In cases like this, where the slip ring is missing and the brass is touched directly on the shaft, there is no earthing of the shaft effective. Here we can see that the brushes are not correctly installed, not in the right angle, or they are of substandard material. And in this case, again, the earthing of the shaft is questionable. Another problem that can be found in the shaft earthing device, and it is not easy to identify, is that it is possible that the surface between the slip ring and the shaft can be rusted. This layer of rust acts as an insulation, and essentially it blocks the effect of the shaft earthing device. And this is why it is very important to keep the surface between the shaft and the slip rings very clean, very polished, and that we add preservation oil. Of course, when we talk about electrical potential difference, all the cables and the cable connections must be in good condition and working properly. The brushes are a consumable part of the shaft earthing device, so they need to be changed, to be replaced as per maker's recommendations. So when you go on board, you have to make sure that you have enough ROB of brushes and they are of the correct material. The condition of the slip ring is also very important, not like this picture where there is a whole part of it missing. And when we make maintenance of the slip ring, when we remove it to clean it and polish it, or when we have to replace it, it is very important that it is fitted back correctly. So the edges of the slip ring have to be correctly aligned, and there should be no gap between them. Like this photo here, this has been taken from one of our vessels. The crew made the maintenance here, and they did a very good job. Now, in case that the measurement we have for the potential difference between the shaft and the hull is more than 80 millivolt, we will have an alarm. This means that we need to take corrective actions. First, we will check all the mechanical and electrical parts, and if the alarm is still there, we will have to dismantle the slip ring and clean the surface between the shaft and the slip ring. Whenever we make maintenance on the shaft earthing device, we will have to verify the readings by actually measuring the potential of the shaft. Apart from all these corrective and maintenance actions we have mentioned already, in the last years we have started to make upgrades for the shaft earthing device in order to be proactive and protect our vessels better. So the first thing we do is a recommendation by the maker to add a second slip ring on the shaft earthing device for vessels that were equipped only with one slip ring. So in this case, the first slip ring is going to be used for earthing of the shaft, and the second one will be used for taking measurements. Another thing we do when the vessels go to dry dock is to relocate the shaft earthing device closer to the main engine. In this case, the protection that we have for the main engine is better, and this is why this is also recommended by MAN. I know that maybe you are a little bit tired and we have shared a lot of information in a very short time, so let me briefly sum up this presentation. So, first of all, the shaft earthing device is the one and only preventive solution for the destructive effects of spark erosion. And I should underline that it is a preventive solution because the effects of spark erosion can be so detrimental that it could be not possible to repair them. The second thing is that the indication of the millivolt meter of the shaft earthing device should be monitored daily. And if it reaches more than 80 millivolts, then we have to take corrective actions. But even if the measurements are within the limit, we still have to make sure that it works as it should be. And of course, in case you have any doubt that the shaft earthing device is working properly, you should inform the office and we can take action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Konstantina, for that very informative and technical, but also important presentation, because it's a safety matter. And after being technical, now we're going to be very safe, and we're going to be very happy, because this is the last presentation before our lunchtime. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce a veteran of the forum, our DPA and Safety Manager, Eli Moretti, and also with her, our new entry, very new to the forum, Maria Mothoniou, our SQE officer. Ladies, the floor is yours.
I'd like to welcome you once again officially on the stage. I'm so happy, like always, to be here once more in Manila and have this great CENMAR forum for one more time, which is a lovely opportunity for us to meet and to bond and to shape our future together and have a great two-day event. With me is my dear colleague Maria Mothoniou. You know her as Mom in the SQE department, and it's her first time in Manila, so a big round of applause for Maria as well, please. Thank you.
From my side, I would like to welcome you here in our Forum 2024. And today we will discuss a presentation with Ms. Moretti. So we can start. Thank you.
The title is The 3 C's of Your Life-Saving Tools. You know the second part. The first part is about the human element, about human characteristics that affect our behavior, both in our everyday life, but also in our professional life. The first one, and I'm really happy that it was mentioned earlier by you a lot, and I'm very happy about it, it is complacency, and we all know it's not a good one. It is unfortunately very common, and it happens to all experienced and well-trained personnel, because maybe they are overconfident, because they believe they know it all, because they feel nothing will ever go wrong, like this poor snail in this picture. Because now things seem to be okay, it doesn't mean that it will stay like this. Nothing is routine, especially in your line of work.
Okay. The second C, collective normalization, has negative meaning. That means that a group of people gradually starts accepting bad practices as normal because everyone does them. Now we can see a video related to collective normalization.
Let me show you something. This is a normal harbor in Iceland. And as you can see, the edge line is painted yellow and the box is gray. Let's see another harbor. Yellow line, gray box. And one more for good measure. Yellow line, gray box. And when I was young and stupid, I was hired by my hometown harbor to paint one of those lines yellow. And because I was young and stupid, I did everything I could to make the job easier. Like putting the paint can.
It's quite brief, so it's okay.
Let me show you something. This is a normal harbor in Iceland. And as you can see, the edge line is painted yellow and the box is gray. Let's see another harbor. Yellow line, gray box. And one more for good measure. Yellow line, gray box. And when I was young and stupid, I was hired by my hometown harbor to paint one of those lines yellow. And because I was young and stupid, I did everything I could to make the job easier. Like putting the paint can on the box while I was painting. And as you would expect, I bumped into the paint can, spilling yellow paint all over the gray box. So again, me being young and stupid, I just painted the box yellow, thinking nobody's gonna notice. And here's that box today. Yes, they keep painting it yellow. And as I showed you at the start, it's not every harbor that does this, just this one. And it's actually been so long that they probably don't even know why they paint the boxes yellow. It's just something they do now. Okay, bye. Let me show you something. This is a normal...
It is about how an accidental act can become common practice because people think that, they have always done it like this, I will continue to do it the same way without questioning anything. The third C of our title is the good guy, is chronic unease. And we see here 5 main attributes of being chronic unease. Is when you're vigilant, when you are alert for near misses and weak signals, when you worry about risks and safety, when you are a pessimist and you anticipate failure, and this is your shield against complacency. And when you have flexible thinking and you question assumptions, when you do not jump into conclusions, and that is your shield against collective normalization. And when you think about the worst case scenario, always, and these are the 5 attributes of someone who's a great safety leader, and I want to share my constant complaint to Anthony, which I always tell him, why do you always go for the worst case scenario? And now I realize with this presentation is because of his chronic unease.
Okay. The life-saving tools of our presentation title are all the items you have on board and they are relevant to an emergency. Life-saving and firefighting equipment. These are plenty. How we can connect the 3 Cs with these tools, we will see in a while together. We would like also to remember that when you replace on-board an equipment related to SOLAS or fire training equipment, to send a message to the SQE department, because we will revise the manuals and all crew have to be informed.
This is a fact. We have never had any catastrophic incident in our fleet. It is something that we should all be very proud of. But at the same time, is this maybe something that can make us complacent with our LSA and our FFE? Like, what if something actually happens, because you cannot control everything? Accidents do happen, no matter how hard we try. What if they do happen and your LSA and FFE are not there, maintained and readily available to use?
Okay. You can find in your tables some post-it. We would like to write down the 2 most important LSA or FFE items.
Share the post-it that are on your table. Share them.
We would like then to post it in our whiteboards.
Okay, let's help you on this. Nah. Just write down, each one of you, 2 of the most important life-saving appliance or firefighting equipment you believe you have on board. The 2 most important ones. Use one of the post-its that are on your table. Share your post-its so that you can do it faster. I would like you to be on the whiteboards in 1 minute.
May I?
You can go ahead and post it there in the whiteboard. Go ahead and write you down. There you go.
Anyone else? Who is the lucky one?
If you had wrote down something, go ahead and post it on the whiteboard. Right here. Thank you.
Give me. One more, okay.
Please.
It's enough. Excuse me. Thank you. Carlos. Give me. Thank you. Yeah, I will go to the whiteboard. Okay. Come to the whiteboard. Yes. Thank you, everyone. We have here also.
Maria, would you like to read some of those?
Yes, of course.
Let's see.
A
What do you think
lifeboat,
of important?
life jacket, fire hose, scaba,
Good
a
one.
birb, fire extinguisher, emergency generator, fire pump.
Oh, great.
Ex-mist.
Okay, thank you, Maraki. Let's have a look at some of those items that you have written. Their photos as taken on board the vessels, not only our fleet, also the industry. So we see a man overboard unable to release, the operating mechanism is stuck, and a life buoy with peeling paint. And here I have to say it's not just maintenance issues, it's complacency, because you believe that, oh, I will never use those, it will never happen to me. But if you are chronic unease, then you will think about your means of inspecting them and checking them and making sure every week the safety officer does a round and actually use this form and actually make entries, not a tick box exercise, of the real condition on board your vessel.
And now we can see a repaired fire detector with cellophane. This is an actual example of collective normalization, where an improper practice, such as using temporary fixes for such critical safety equipment, becomes acceptable by a group of people. Again, now we see a hypermist nozzle blocked with a bucket. Why is there? The nozzle might have been leaking. Instead of ensuring proper maintenance or replacing, the group collectively accepts the blocked nozzle and the bucket hanging on a ceiling.
And everybody believes that the bucket hanging on a ceiling is something normal, no problem. We get used to it. And then we see the fire door, a common problem, blocked. If you are complacent, you believe, oh, a fire will never occur on my vessel. It's impossible. But if you have chronic unease, then you will go in your safety equipment application in the nose and follow all instructions about how to check and maintain what is important to save your lives on board the vessel. The same with the fireman outfit. Fire, what is this? It is impossible to occur on my vessel. And then if you had correctly used your INSP 002 and the safety round was real, you would have seen that this item would need replacement. It is also complacent to use your EEBD with the packing plastic bag that you have received it, because in the back of your mind you believe, how am I ever going to use an EEBD? Maybe during a drill? No. So if you're chronic unease, you will follow the proper instructions.
As Ellie mentioned, we can also see an example of collective normalization, the same photo. As the EBD was covered maybe to keep the dust away, I don't know. But if you have adopted the chronic as needs mentality, could have prevented this, checking the familiarization checklist on board form MAN 001.
When you actually carry out your familiarization
Not
for safety.
ticking boxes.
For safety.
Yes.
And this is a very known to you incident, industry case, a blackout which completely destroyed the Baltimore Bridge, a high-end incident. And we see here a vetting observation on board one of our vessels that the emergency diesel generator could not start because of a quick closing valve. And someone maybe has just thought that this piece of equipment is just fine, and he was complacent. But if he had chronic unease, during drills, he would have asked all the persons participating to try to start this piece of equipment and test it actually.
Your life-saving tools need real maintenance, actual PMS entries, intense training, and proper familiarization. With these actions and having a chronic unease mentality, you will always be ready in case of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies, and thank you also, gentlemen, for your patience. We're up to lunchtime now, so we'll take this break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, 5 minutes after 2. So please, lunch is being served at the buffet. It's called the Spectrum Buffet. It's on the ground floor. You shall exit and either go down the stairs or to the right, and there will be a CENMAR guys to follow. So please, thank you very much. See you in about 50 minutes. Thank you. So, welcome back, everybody. How was lunch? If you're still speaking, it wasn't that good. You didn't eat enough. Anyway, the first session after lunch is the most difficult one for you and for the speaker. So, for this reason, we have the cure for insomnia, Mr. Dovles, the veteran of this session. He always takes his desk. Every time we arrange this event, he says, I want the first session after lunch. I want, with my sweet voice, to put these people to sleep. So please, let's welcome him and give some energy to him. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Enadio. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Okay. I sort of disagree with Mr. Lambros. We shouldn't be having this session. Okay? This session is one that, we've seen it in a way or another for the last 36 years. I would expect that after 36 years, we wouldn't be talking about that. But that's not the case. We're going to talk about a rather nasty subject, which is MARPOL violation, magic pipes, and all the rest, you know what I mean. And although it has been around for such a long time, it keeps happening. And it keeps happening, and it keeps happening. And the obvious question is why? And this is what I will try to highlight. There is no reason whatsoever that someone would choose to go along this path. It's been since 1988 that the government of the United States have been putting extremely high fines, $26 million in 88. You could buy a whole fleet of vessels with that kind of money, okay? And you will see that this pattern has been going on for so long. I actually tried to estimate, and I found out that shipping companies have paid more than $1 billion since '88 in fines for MARPOL violation, for intentional pollution. And I will try to highlight today what is the difference between intentional pollution, like a magic pipe, and an accidental pollution. The accidental pollution is covered by your P&I insurance. Obviously, it's not something that anyone wants in his fleet, but it's something that is insured. Intentional pollution is not covered. It's a criminal act, okay? And you will see that the figures are really, really high. I was personally involved in a case that resulted with $36 million fine, and we recently had a high score, $40 million. I mean, this kind of money can easily destroy a company, close down, easily. And we've been presenting this for many years, and a couple of years we said, okay, we had enough of it. We explained all that. Our crew are very loyal. We have a high retention rate. The same people come back to us. It's like a family. Okay, let's stop talking about that. There is no point. And I totally agreed. I said, you know, we got to a point where we felt relaxed about it. And this is what complacent is all about. You've been hearing about the whole day. It was last summer that in one of your vessels during dry dock, the attending superintendents realized, they found out that the chief engineer has been tampering with the oil content meter in one of your vessels. So obviously, it is very lucky and a good chance for the company that that was realized, that was found out during a dry dock, during a routine dry dock, and it was taken care on the time, on the spot, following the right procedures, and I will explain what I mean by the right procedures. And the company was very lucky in the sense that it was not discovered during a USA port call. So that means that it can happen anywhere. All you need is one guy that decides to go down this route, and you are in deep problems, both on a personal basis, but also on a company basis. I have in my personal library, my personal collection, a lot of different cases from my clients back in Greece with cases like that. It happens even in the best companies. So it's not a matter of being a bad company or having bad procedures, or all you need is one guy. I can show you on the right-hand side, you will see a photo from a case. It was a brand new vessel with a Greek chief engineer. And the Greek chief engineer decided that he will save the company, I don't know, maybe $2,000, $3,000 by not disposing the oily water as so. He took a flexible hose and a Wilden pump, and he transferred the same to the sewage system. Obviously, one of the lower rank of the crew took a photo of it, sent it to the USA Coast Guard. It cost them, I don't know, $4 or $5 million, brand new vessel. So the guy thought he was saving the company, I don't know, as I said, a few $1,000s, and ended up himself going to jail, the company paying all this money, the company being on a technical hold from the oil majors, so this brand new vessel was finding very difficult to be employed at the right charter rate. For what? So not only you don't have to be complacent about, actually you have to be the complete opposite. You have to be totally alert. Because in our experience, we have seen even cases where people actually fabricated evidence to make money out of it. Because as you probably know, there is a whistleblowing program in the United States. Anyone who gives out evidence can even take up to half of the fine. So some people might think, or they might try to make a lot of money out of this, even if someone will go to jail without having done anything wrong. So the whole idea, and what I will try to explain in these next 15, 20 minutes, is that not only you don't do it, but you have to be careful what is happening inside your engine room. Who is doing what? Where are the flexible hoses? Where is the Wilden pump? What is happening with my soundings of the bilge tanks every day? Don't delegate things which are related to that without knowing exactly what's going on inside your engine room. I can describe you many different cases, many different ways. The high score of $40 million is from this case, is from a cruise vessel that bypassed the oily water separator system and was directing in a blunt way the effluents inside the grey water tank for a long period of time, and they caught them and they paid this huge fine. Now, the last few years, we have seen a lot of cases where chief engineers and engineering officers are trying to tamper the oil content meter because, you know, making something blunt, it's easy to take a photo of it and then report it to the authorities. And they think that if I tamper the oil content meter, no one will catch me because I know how to do it. Well, it's not like this. So we've seen a lot of cases with people tampering the system, for example, like it happened in your vessel, blocking the freshwater line and tricking the oil content meter by reading freshwater, and this would open the three-way valve and discharging overboard all the effluents. We've seen it many times, actually. What these chief engineers don't realize is that everything you do inside the engine room leaves traces. And a trained auditor, or even worse, the Coast Guard competent, experienced, and specialized inspector can easily find evidence that will lead you to jail. I'll give you some simple examples. We were doing an audit and we found out that the oily water separator and the oil content meter was used for overboard discharge with a 0 ppm at all times. And when we opened the bilge tank lid, this is what we found. How can you have an overboard 0 ppm with that kind of oily waters inside your bilge tank? And the Coast Guard inspectors are not stupid. They will immediately find out what is happening. And then they have the way to bring everything into the surface. Okay? So the obvious question is why? Why would someone do that? Especially when you consider the consequences. The consequences personally for you guys. I mean, what are you putting in question here? You are risking being left inside the prison for long periods. We're talking about proper criminalization of the seafarer life. Actually, I was doing a presentation last year to a company that had a problem with the United States, and I was talking to them for hours. And in the audience was also the chief engineer that was caught at the time, and he spent 1 year in the United States. Eventually, he was acquitted. He was found not guilty. And I asked him, I said, please come and speak to your colleagues in your language, speak in Tagalog. And what he said to them was so moving. He said, they put charges against me. They put me in a hotel, huge room, fantastic, everything was perfect. First month was great. You know, I was waiting for the trial. I couldn't leave the States. After the second month, every day the room was getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it got to a point where I got crazy. He had to spend there 1 year. 1 year. He didn't do anything. It was the previous chief engineer that tampered the oil content meter. He didn't find out. And he was actually acquitted at the end of the day. But he spent a year of his life waiting for the trial. And he's probably the only chief engineer that I know that was found not guilty in a court in the United States. Because you have to realize that the court is using a jury, which is like 20 ordinary people. They know nothing about what we're talking. And you are the bad guys who is polluting the sea. So who's going to end at the end of the day? Not you. So going back, if we look at the consequences, I mean, you know, going to jail spending long periods of time in the United States, losing your career, losing your license. The first thing that our lawyers tell us when they give us advices about cases like this is that once a guy is involved in something like this, you don't touch him again. Because if you do re-employ him, it means that if anything happens, it's okay with you. You actually accept what he has done. Of course, we have the no-blame culture, but this is a different story. We are talking about legal proceedings here. And at the end of the day, we've seen people destroying their families, their lives, their well-being by choosing to go ahead and down this road. And if you look into it, it's not only a personal issue, it's also a company issue. If a company is caught doing this, or if a chief engineer or a second engineer does, even if the company doesn't know, the company will suffer very, very heavy consequences. We are talking about millions of dollars. We are talking about millions of dollars that comes out of the company's cash, is not covered by the P&I Club because it is not an operational pollution, it's an intentional pollution, it's a criminal act, and we cannot be insured for a criminal act. There is no such insurance around the world. Okay? If that happens, then the company, if we are talking about a bulk carrier company, immediately will get on the right ship. We were discussing earlier today about the score. It will get into safety score 2. That means very difficult to find job for the business, for the vessels. If it is a tanker, even worse, you might get your fleet on a technical hold. So you realize what we're talking about, the severe damage that is done to the company's commerciality. And eventually, this is at the end of the day that pays us all. So at this stage, it is very important that we make it clear. Neither the company, none of the directors, none of the staff will ever ask you to do anything like this. It is not for the benefit of anyone. And on the complete opposite, not only you shouldn't go down this route, but you should be vigilant for other people that might try to do that, intentionally or unintentionally. You should stop acts like this, and you should make it clear, also on board, that this is something that nobody should even think about it. Now, let me explain to you why the United States can prosecute you for something you did on the other side of the world. Some of the chief engineers or engineering staff think, okay, I can dump, oily water here. I'm on the China Sea, I'm on the other side of the world. What that has to do with the United States? What most people don't realize, even from the company side, is that the United States can prosecute you not for dumping oily water overboard, because they don't have any jurisdiction. What can they say to you for what you did in international waters? Nothing. What they can prosecute you for, and this is where they base all the legal proceedings in the United States, is the falsification of your records, is the falsification of your oil record book, is the falsification of your deck log book, and the fact that you write things there that are not accurate. And based on the United States federal laws, this is a criminal act, and this can lead to everything that I described before. So never mind what you did. It's not the actual act of dumping overboard oily water, unless you are stupid enough to do it within USA waters. Okay, this is a different story. It's not that. It's the fact that you are falsifying your records. And why I'm saying that? I'm saying that because even if we identify such a case, there is a specific process. There is a specific process from an incident analysis point of view, from an investigation point of view, from a legal point of view, that we can put it right. Just let us know. Okay? I'll give you some examples. How usually the Coast Guard works, how the courts in the United States work. If they find out there is an irregularity, or if they find out that you are suspect of doing this kind of monkey business, they will start looking at all the evidence. And if they find that your oil record book doesn't match, for example, your scrap sounding logs, you are in deep problem. And the answer is that if you ever get caught in such a case and it goes to the court will look at the scrap-sounding books and they would consider these reflecting reality. And if these don't match your oil record book has been falsified. What do I mean in simple terms? Let's say you write in your oil record book that today I had 35 cubic meters or 30 cubic meters of bilge water left, and then I used the oily water separator and, you know, I got rid of them. And that doesn't match with your scrap log books. In your scrap log books, you have different figures there. So where did the bilge water go? How did it go out? Or if your rate doesn't meet your capacity of your bilge pump. Any kind of irregularity is considered a falsification of record. So not only you shouldn't do anything like this, but you should be aware that your records are a very important piece of documents, especially the scrap one. So if one of your ABs is keeping his own soundings, you have to be very careful what is written there. I'll give you another example. We write in the oil record book that, you know, this operation and this operation took place and, you know, we write the different codes. And then we go into the memory of the oil content meter. And we check the memory. And the memory shows that it was never used, the oily water separator or the oil content meter. That's another case of falsification of records. That's another case of possible court proceedings against you. Okay? And of course, once they start finding evidence that, you know, something is going wrong there, they have a lot of different other evidence they can use. They have physical evidence, for example, analysis of remainings on your overboard line, analysis of effluents. They can look at your PMS. I'll give you an example. I had the case of another very good Greek company that was, the Greek chief engineer was playing with the oil content meter, and he couldn't get the oil content meter to work properly. So he started throttling the fresh water, and then he said to the Coast Guard officer, look, you know, it's working now. Obviously, you know, they realized that something was going wrong. So they took the company to the court, and there was a big fight on the court. The company was saying, no, we didn't do it, we didn't know. And the prosecutor was saying, of course, you did it, look what we found. And the jury decided that the Greek company was lying. You know why? Because they had a record that was showing that the oil content meter was calibrated about 6 months ago while the vessel was in Greece. And they had a certificate from the company that calibrated. And then they went to the oil content meter memory. And they found out that this day of calibration, the oil content meter was never operated. So they said, you are lying. And they lost the case. So all these things, they work together. And they work against you. And another thing that is very important is that once, and if you get caught into anything like this, the way you react the first few days is very important. If a company starts hiding things, or the chief engineer starts saying to the other engineering staff, oh, don't say that, let's destroy that, let's do that, then your fine might be multiplied because there is another case against you for conspiracy or destroying evidence or withholding evidence or tampering the process or trying to stop the process. And every time there is such an accusation or such a charge against you, then the fine gets doubled, tripled, quadrupled, and so on. That's why you see these figures, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, 25 million, and it goes on like this. So you have to be very careful not to go down this route altogether. And if anything suspicious happens on board, there is a very simple thing you have to do. Stop it. Report it. So the first thing that you have to do is don't even think about it. Don't ever think that this is a choice for you. It's not a choice. It's a suicide. Okay? And the second thing you have to do is to stop it and report it to the company. The company knows through its legal department and legal counsels and legal consultancy what to do. We know how to put things right if something goes wrong. If you think that you can handle it on your own, it's a complete disaster. We will most probably end up in jail. Okay? Now, obviously, the company is doing a lot of things to prevent this. The company has an environmental program and it has a campaign which is very detailed. It describes all the different things, how to act, what not to do, how to respond, how to report such a case. So you have to really read that and, digest it and make it your second nature with respect to the procedures written there. And also, the company has developed this card, which is used in case you have any queries or how to act with respect to oily water separators. I think this is something they should carry on them on the engine room. And it has some very simple but very important rules there. And you can follow them. So that's the one, that's the card. So I think that with very simple terms and very simple arguments, I have made it extremely clear that not only you shouldn't do that, not only you shouldn't even think about it, but you should be vigilant for other people doing it, or even worse, other people trying to make money out of you by fabricating evidence. Okay? Well, guys, I hope that maybe in a couple of years we'll stop presenting that. It's up to you. Just make sure that you stay away from this kind of thinking because it can only lead to a disaster. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dobles, for that very informative presentation. But I think we need, apart from the applause, to pay him our respects for this effort that he has done. So I would like everybody to stand up for a moment in respect to this presentation and repeat after me. I will not allow any illegal discharge. I will not falsify any record. I will report any irregularity to the office. CENMAR is the best. Thank you very much. Thank you. And it is, and this is my great pleasure to introduce to you again, apart from my co-host for today, Mado. Please have your seat again. We're moving on. She will talk about freight collection. This is an activity that is something that is being done behind the scenes. So you will get a glimpse of what the office is doing so that we can collect the freight that you are earning so that then again this freight can be routed back to you. So over to you, Mado. Thank you very much.
Hello from me again. So obviously, apart from your host today, I will deliver my presentation on the various types of contracts and the freight essentials under each, as well as accurate cargo documentation. But first, let me challenge the well-known saying that women are born to spend money. Instead, we are a group of 5 ladies with a goal of collecting money. So what do we do in brief? Once the contract is concluded by our chartering department, this is where the post-fixture begins. This is where we step in and make sure that everything is included, is executed properly, money-wise. So what we actually do is making words money. Magic. No, just kidding. Our key responsibilities depend on whether the vessel is fixed on a time charter or on a voyage basis. So this is the elements that I will speak for. Time charter. The vessel is chartered for a specific period of time at a daily hire rate. Hire is triggered with the vessel's delivery report. The hire payment is being made on a regular basis, usually every 15 days, for example, along with the value of bunkers on delivery, or as the case may be. The time charter ends with the vessel's redelivery report. And finally, we have the final hire statement, which is the closing accounts between owners and charterers. And it includes the full hire period, the value of bunkers on delivery and bunkers on redelivery, any additional costs that may incur, and any off-hire periods that were agreed during the course of the voyage. Let's move on to the key documents required for the hire calculation. Obviously, it's the vessel's delivery and redelivery reports, which should include the vessel's exact position. Usually it's DLOSP, one safe port, or arrival, first sea pilot station. The date, as defined in the charter party, and the time in local time and UTC. Please remember that hire is calculated on a UTC basis. And the bunkers on delivery or bunkers on redelivery, which are usually verified by the on or off hire bunkers and condition survey. Now, in order to explain you how an incorrect reporting can affect the hire calculation, I will move and talk about the following scenario. So in here, we have two delivery reports. They are obviously the same, however, they include the correct vessel's position, the correct bunkers on delivery, and the correct date. However, the incorrect delivery report, which is on the right, includes an incorrect time, which is actually 3 hours later than expected. Moving on to the redelivery report, again, there are two identical reports. They do include the correct day, the correct vessel position, and the correct bunkers on redelivery. However, the time in the incorrect report, which is again on the right side, is wrong. It is 6 hours earlier than the actual. So, what would be the impact on the hire calculation? This is a table which summarizes this problem. So, under the correct reporting, we have a total hire which is 38 days and 11 hours, whereas in the incorrect reporting, we have the total hire, which is 38 days and 2 hours. As you may understand, there is a total loss of 9 hours. These 9 hours, you may think it is just a little, but if you multiply it with 27,000, let's say, for example, per day's hire, then you will get $10,125 loss. It's quite a substantial amount, don't you think? So please remember that incorrect reporting may lead to incorrect hire calculations. Let's move on to the other type of contract, the voyage charter, which is used in our fleet vessels. The vessel here is chartered for a particular voyage. The freight is calculated on a per metric ton basis or on a world scale if we talk about the tankers, or on a lump sum basis. The voyage commences with the vessel's valid NOR tendered. The lay time, which is the period of time that the vessel is allowed to load and discharge, is triggered with a valid NOR tendered. The voyage ends with the vessel's completion of discharge. And then we might either have demurrage, which is the charge or penalty payable by the charterers to the owners when the vessel's delay at the port exceeds the lay time agreed. Or either we could have dispatch, which is the opposite, when loading or discharging, vessels loading or discharging is less than the agreed lay time. Dispatch applies only on the dry vessels. Let's move on to the key documents which are required for the freight and demurrage or lay time calculations. First of all, the bills of lading. The bills of lading are required for the freight preparation. And apart from the bills of lading, the dead freight statement is also required. Now, when the cargo loaded is less than the agreed, due to, for example, shortage reasons or draft restrictions, then a dead freight statement should be issued because dead freight is payable as well. Then, moving on to the next key documents, those are required for our lay time calculations. NOR tendered marks vessels' readiness at the port. It should be tendered from the customary anchorage or from an agreed position which is agreed between charterers and owners. Definitely not at vessels' end of sea passage. NOR retendered. Please remember to retender your NORs on a daily basis or when any circumstances change or the vessel changes her position. Please always remember the circular which was sent by our Marine Operations Department and refer always to this one. Letter of protests. Very crucial documents for our demurrage claims. They are used to protect owners' rights. Pumping and cow logs, obviously for the tanker vessels. For the pumping log, please remember to insert in the remarks section any stoppages by the terminal and the time for stripping the lines and tanks. Free pratique. Maybe the most crucial element for our lay time calculation and demurrage claims. In case free pratique is not granted when the vessel tenders her NOR, then an email should be sent, followed by a hard copy, like the case happened here, very correctly. When free pratique is granted, remember that an NOR should be retendered by that time, because it is many times a specific requirement for many charter parties and voyage orders. So please always bear in mind to retender the NOR. Now I will go through a scenario where a vessel is waiting at the customary anchorage, for example, 10 days at the discharging port. Let's say that the demurrage is at 50,000 per day. Free pratique is granted on vessels all fast, as per port regulation. The CP provides that the vessel should issue the letter of protest both by email and hard copy, and the NOR should be retendered when free pratique is granted. However, for some reason, the vessel omitted to follow the above procedure. What happens? We will not be able to claim demurrage for these 10 days, and time will only count from commencement of discharging. Disaster, as you may understand. Last but not least, the statements of facts. It shows vessel movements at the port. For the tanker vessels, please avoid to insert any comments regarding bad weather conditions or any daylight restrictions or any tidal restrictions as well, because they will lead to conflicts between owners and charterers. Now, for the dry vessels, we do have the agent's statement of facts. So what we need you to do is to check thoroughly every time what it is inserted in it, and make sure that everything it includes is accurate and actual. In here, we do have a statement of fact from a vessel's call in Qingdao. Qingdao, like many other Chinese ports, do have a port channel. So in these cases, for example, please identify when there is bad weather conditions, please identify whether the port channel, whether the port is operational or not, if the port channel is closed. For example, let's see the highlighted part here, where it says that the port channel is closed for a specific period due to strong wind. However, the port is operational. This means that time counts. So, all the above were essential documents for our demurrage and lay time calculations. Of course, in case you have any doubts, you may always contact the office, contact us, or your operator for any clarifications. He or she will be there to guide you accordingly. Remember that precise documentation and correct reporting leads to correct calculations, either it is hire or freight or demurrage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mado, for the presentation, which, of course, gives a new meaning to the wording that we know that every second counts and that time is money. In this case, it is absolutely true. So we're going to move along. We're going to do something different now. We're going to play a little bit of a game, a quiz. So please get your phone out. Get your phone ready. Everybody will participate. It is a game with fantastic gifts for the first 5 winners. So it is going to be online. You're going to be asked to scan something and then to answer to a few questions. So please get your phones ready. Make sure you are connected to the internet. Are we ready to go? On screen, you will very soon see a QR code. And this QR code, you will scan it with your phone. There it is. And you will enter this code, this number, 852 and so on. So please do this. And you will get the opportunity to respond to some very difficult, tricky questions. It's a multiple choice, so everybody can participate easily. And then you will have the opportunity to earn some gifts. And because every second counts, your response has to be fast. The faster you respond, the more points you will get, if, of course, your answer is correct. The more points you will get, the higher up on the ladder you will be. So,
we have the incoming players.
Everybody participating?
8, 9, 10.
Any problems with scanning this?
It is progressing.
How many people do we have on board? Only 20? 22? We'll wait for a minute or so until you can all get on board. I see Ellie Moretti there. I hope she doesn't try to steal your gifts. Everybody, nobody who is participating knows the questions or the answers. Mado and myself and our team know it, but we are not participating. Clean hands, you see.
Free hands.
No tricks involved. Mm-hmm.
51, 52.
Okay.
Very good.
56, 57. 58, almost there. Anybody who has any problem with the scanning?
Any trouble?
Anybody needs any assistance? Because after we start the game, nobody will be able to participate unless they have registered.
Yeah.
61. Okay, so maybe another 10 persons haven't registered yet. Last opportunity, we'll give you 30 seconds to try and register. After that, the voting will be closed and the game will begin. Bravo. 70. Anybody require any assistance with the QR?
I think they mostly registered.
And you have entered the code, so we are ready. Everybody ready? Yes? Good. Let's go. You will see the question, and then you'll be given 30 seconds for an answer. As I told you, the fastest you reply, the more points you will get. So let us see. Which is the most important department on board? Ready? Look at your phones. There is a time bar. There is a time bar on top that shows how much time you have left for the question. While we are waiting for 7 more people to reply, we can congratulate our excellent technical team for this technology they have mastered. Congratulations. For the first question, we allowed a bit of extra time, 45 seconds, so they get used to it. The next questions are going to be faster. And of course, the answer is all departments are equally important. I believe you have found it. Captain Chong is after a gift. This is what I can say.
98 points.
So, that first question was easy. As it progresses, it gets a bit more difficult. Let's go on to question number 2.
What do the initials IGS stand for?
A bit easier for the tanker people, less so for our dry bulk people. Let's go. 30 seconds.
I think they're enjoying it, eh?
Let's see. Only 5 people, only the top 5 people on the ladder will be able to get a gift. Almost off. Inert gas system. Change at the top. Captain Chong is still there.
Yeah.
I think he wants to, he gave out many balls and he wants to get something back. This is what he wants. No, go ahead, don't worry. Next question.
Is there any accidental discharge of oil from a vessel? Which of these items will not have to be noted in the oil record book?
Will not have to be noted in the oil record book.
Time's up.
The name of the person responsible for the oil discharge, because we have a no-blame policy, but because also this is the legislation. Many changes on the leaderboard, but still a very tight race.
Very good.
Let's go for the next question.
Out of below mentioned operations, it is compulsory to record in the oil record book, part 1, the following.
We are looking for what it is compulsory to report. Almost there. Of course, disposal of oil residue. Congratulations for this very difficult question. Change of leadership. We are, which was this, the halfway there? We're halfway there. Albert Palomo, where are you? He's temporary leader. You never know what will happen in the end. So, let's go on with the next question.
According to SOLAS, who has the ultimate authority regarding safety of the vessel?
Maybe the DPA? Maybe me?
Who knows?
Let's see.
No.
Almost done. And of course, it is the lucky master. He has all the responsibility on his shoulders. Unfortunately for him.
Albert Palomo remains the top.
Okay.
Very good.
Next question, please.
Okay. No.
This part, for the engineers, you have a quick response now. This part connects the piston rod to the crankshaft. And as the piston moves up and down, it converts the linear motion into a rotational motion by pushing and pulling on the crankshaft. What is it called? Let's see. Deck guys, ask your colleagues next to you. Wherever you say propeller, ask it.
Ten, 9. Almost. Ending.
Connecting rod. Yeah. Still no change in the top.
Very good.
Yeah.
What converts the diesel generator's kinetic energy to electricity?
Let's go. Don't forget we have prizes on the line. Very important prizes, not like the balls that were given out by Captain Song earlier. Bravo.
Very good.
Not a lot moving.
No changes.
Albert, you are doing well. You have a grip on the prize, I think. The mark that determines the ship's load line is called the plimsoll mark. This is for the deck side and the historians. Where does this plimsoll mark take its name from?
Lydia.
Samuel Plimsoll. Not an easy one. Oh, Jonathan Castro.
Changes.
Like I said, the questions are getting more and more difficult. Same story. In the plimsoll or the load line mark, what do the initials TF stand for? Engineers, I'm sorry for this. About 5 seconds left, and 10 people haven't answered. Pick one, even by chance. Tropical fresh water. A lot of changes.
Where does the ALDIS signal lamp get its name from?
Another tricky one. Let's see. Who is inspired? Time is running out. 13 people haven't answered yet. Please pick one by choice. By chance? The British. Hey. Didn't expect that one. You are a watchkeeping officer on the bridge and in doubt as to what action to take in a prevailing situation. What should you do? This is easy, I hope. I think it's a beer, probably. Eh? What do you think?
9 left. Please pick one.
Of course, notify the master. No changes with that one, of course. I think so.
What does the toxic gas CO smell like?
I think this is the last one, so the last opportunity to grab a prize. Fast.
Do your best.
Almost there?
Last question. Come on, get your answers.
Nothing. And that is why it is so dangerous. That is the winner.
Good.
And we have the 4 runner-ups. So the winner and the 4 runner-ups will get a present. Please rise. Please stand up. The winner, Jonathan Castro, Albert Palomo, Mark Ganza. Please stand up. Don't come here. Wait at your seat. At your seat. You will get the present tomorrow, but you get your applause today. Charles Huadon, stand up. And Fayar Bagagnan. So congratulations to everybody. Thank you for playing. We have a second round tomorrow. Different questions, more opportunities. So thank you very much. And can I introduce Lydia?
No.
Thank you very much. My dog will take over from here.
Yes. I hope you enjoyed this central quiz. Okay. We are about to move on our next topic, which is the carrying of bulk cargoes. So when I saw carrying, I thought of a woman, Miss Lydia Mavropoulou. Please welcome on stage.
Hello again. You have already met me. I'm Lydia. I'm an operator, and today I want to discuss a few important things that apply to all bulk cargoes that we're loading, irrespective of their sensitivity or their handling. So the following 4 principles are the ones that I have identified as the most important aspects of cargo trading. And in order to ensure a successful cargo trading, we need to make sure that we have an efficient preparation, we're careful while we're loading our cargoes, we safely carry our cargo, and we are accurate while discharging. If you achieve the first 3, you can almost guarantee that the discharging will be with no issues. So let's start by preparation. How do we ensure the preparation? First of all, we start with the fixture. Once you have received the information of an upcoming business, your goal is always to maximize your cargo intake. The first parameter that can affect your cargo intake is the draft restrictions, air draft restrictions, load lines that your vessel will cross, and all these restrictions have to be considered for loading port, discharging port, and also bunkering port. Once you have figured out where, up to which draft you will load your vessel, it is very important to consider your bunkers. We discussed earlier about this aspect. We need to not exceed our draft limitations. So how can this happen? If you load your vessel up to the maximum capacity at loading port, but there is some draft restriction at the bunkering port, this can affect your cargo intake. This has to be known and calculated based on the information you receive prior fixture along with the pre-stowage plan. So if you consider that you cannot load up to your max capacity the cargo because you need to take bunkers, this has to be declared to charterers. Otherwise, they might claim for a possible shortage. Finally, you prepare your deadweight calculation, you check the stability of the vessel, you ensure that you have checked the stowage factor. This is the standard procedure. I don't want to bore you with this stuff. After the business is fixed, first and foremost is the preparation of the cargo holds. The cargo holds can be rejected in the loading port, and this can create issues. So perform an ultrasonic hatch cover test, perform a hose test, and make sure that if you encounter any issues, you rectify them before your arrival at load port. Second and most important thing, all the preliminary information you received during pre-fixture, when the charterers requested the pre-stowage plan, need to be cross-checked with the port agents upon fixing. So we request again to ensure that our drafts are actually the ones that we were advised. No any different restrictions apply, and we have to cross-check that from our side as well. We will also check with P&I surveyors, with owners' agents, and in case we have any discrepancies, we need to alert the charterers. We need to have clear and strict information in writing. Always has to be in writing, remember that please, because we have encountered many issues where we have different information coming from different parties, which can create issues and safety issues, most importantly. Next up, another aspect that can affect your cargo intake is the prospects at the loading port. Seasonal load lines can change, especially in Brazil, for example, where we have congested ports. Excessive bunkers consumption can adjust the max intake of our cargo. And finally, we prepare the loading sequence. So, loading sequence and pre-stowage plan. When we are loading 2 or more cargo grades, we need to be very careful on how we report the loading sequence. Each grade has to be loaded separately. An intermediate draft survey has to be included in the form of the loading sequence. This is very important to declare from the beginning, because at many terminals they will request you to not lose time, load both grades simultaneously, which can lead to possible shortage claims. How this can happen? If you load 2 different cargo grades at the same time, you cannot guarantee the quantity of each cargo grade. But if this cargo grade at the discharging port has a different receiver, each receiver needs to receive the exact amount they bought, but you cannot guarantee that. So we declare from the beginning that each grade is loaded separately. This is very important and needs a lot of attention. Finally, the most important, in my opinion, aspect for the entire cargo trade is the documentation. This can change everything. A remark in the mate's receipt, a remark in the bill of lading,
what else I have? Statement of facts. So, what we need to do upfront, prior completion of loading, is to receive the draft cargo documents, to see how is the format, if they intend to mention a specific cargo hold number, and request to delete that. So if you have all the cargo holds number mentioned in all of the MRs and all of the BLs, this is no issue. But if you need to discharge a specific amount of cargo from a specific cargo hold number, this can lead to many issues at discharging port and possible shortages. After you have arrived to the load port and you commence your loading operations, keeping close monitoring of the entire cargo operations is crucial. If you're on board bulk carriers, take photos of the cargo. Take photos of the cargo operations and report any incident that happens. If you see something, say something. Do not try to justify something that is not correct as per procedure, or if the cargo is damaged, do not accept it. Reject any damaged cargo. P&I surveyor is most probably on board, and we always try to have him on board in order to assist you and in order to press the agents or any other party that is trying to bring to you damaged cargo in order to assist you. To reject this cargo. If this is not possible, we have to insert remarks. By sharing this information, you have done half of the job. If you share this information with the office, we can also press from our side and assist you to complete your operation without any incidents. A very common request lately is loading under precipitation. Charterers keep requesting loading under light precipitation or light rain against an LOI, even for grain cargoes. This requires your attention, because whenever we accept this request and we accommodate the charterer's request in order to not lose time, we need to monitor the weather conditions. If the weather intensifies, the rain becomes heavy, we stop loading. This is not justified. The damaged cargo is not justified only by an LOI, which mentions you can load this and handle this cargo under light rain. At completion of loading, the draft survey is the most common aspect where we find discrepancies. Many surveyors have contradicting figures. We need to have a common ground. If you have different figures, take measurements again. Do not accept the readings that someone will bring to you and just sign. If you have difference with shore scale, remarks in mate's receipt have to be inserted. It is your right as the captain to insert remarks. The shippers will always reject that, and they will tell you that no remark is accepted. However, you have the right to do so. You are the master. You need to describe the actual quality, quantity of the cargo loaded on board your vessel. So, safe carriage. Safe carriage is a tricky one, because most probably in long voyages where most issues will arise, you will have bad weather, you will have sea spray, so ventilation can be very difficult. However, you need to report that ventilation took place as per 3-degree rules or as per instructions received from the shippers or from the fumigators if the cargo was fumigated, or from the charterers. We need to show in record that we followed all the procedures, and of course, when the weather permits, follow the procedures in order to care for our cargo and not allow it to get destroyed or have anything to endanger its quality.
You can do that by opening the cargo hold hatches prior arrival to the discharging port, see if there is any accumulation of water in iron ore cargoes and Group A cargoes that are subject to liquefaction, or to see if there is any damage in grains from maybe water ingress or sweating of the cargo holds. Accuracy at discharging. So I told you earlier that if you manage, sorry about that, if you manage to execute all the previous steps, your preparation, your loading and your carriage in the most efficient way, the discharging is an easy job. However, your attention is required. Keep close monitoring of all discharging operations. Do not let the slightest thing happen at discharging port can lead to a shortage claim. For example, spillage on deck or ashore will create problems for the vessel as well. Do not let any incident be unreported without any protest. Prepare an LOP and share the information to the office. Keep document of all incidents. Take photos and show that you are there, you are monitoring, and you are caring for the efficient discharging operation. So that was a very short and quick mention of the most important aspects of caring for our bulk cargoes. Information is the most important thing that we can have in our industry. If you have the correct information, you can use this information in order to achieve whatever you want, whatever your goal is. The entire cargo trade is based on this, and we need to know how to maneuver within our industry. Small details can make a big difference. Being proactive and sharing the information can make a difference. And always remember that time is valuable, but in difficult times, we can always find time to negotiate, to act, and to investigate of any incident. Your dedication and your efforts are appreciated and recognized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lydia, for this very nice and interesting topic. Now it is time for a short coffee break. So you can go outside, have your coffee, relax a bit, and please be back at 15:50. Thank you.
We will proceed with the rest of our presentations in our final session. A little bit more patience needed till we can call it a day, at least for today. It's all about teamwork. It's all about working with each other. So again, this presentation, just like we had the presentation about bunkers before, it's going to be by two people, one representing our marine operations team and one our technical team. So please welcome Konstantina Foudouli for the third time today, our superintendent engineer, and Andreas, our chairman forum, who is also happens to be a fleet supervisor. So welcome and with a round of applause.
With the introduction of IMO's EEXI regulation, Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index regulation, a power limitation has been applied to most of our vessels. This power limitation has been calculated individually for every vessel. It is different, and it is applied in the form of SAPOLI, Shaft Power Limitation, or EPL, Engine Power Limitation. Most vessels are equipped with a SAPOLI. The SAPOLI system, the shaft power limitation, does not actively restrict the power of the main engine. it remains the responsibility of the master, of the officer in charge of navigational watch, to keep the power within the specified EXI limit. However, SAPOLI continuously monitors the power of the shaft, it records it, and every exceedance of the power is permanently recording in SAPOLI log. If the power of the main engine of the shaft exceeds the EXI limit for 5 minutes or more, then an audible and visible alarm is activated on the bridge, so the officers navigating the vessel are informed, and a report is generated through the SAPOLI. So, when we are close to the limit, when the power of the shaft is 90% of the limited power, but still under the limit, the color of the graph becomes yellow, and this is an indication that we are close to the limit.
But yellow, this is a color, the first color that you will see. So be alert that the vessel is sailing closely to the limits. So this can be exceeded even accidentally. You have a change of weather or the swell or anything else. So try to reduce the power to the green area. Of course, always if this is possible. But let's see also the red side.
So when the power of the shaft exceeds the limit, the indication of the diagram becomes red. However, we still have 5 minutes time before the alarm is sounded. The alarm, I repeat, is both audible and visible, and it is very hard to miss. If we find ourselves in this situation, being in the red area, the first thing we have to think is if we can reduce the power to go again in the green zone. If we intentionally have increased the power, then we ought to reduce the power when the reason of the exceeding of the limit has ceased to exist. And in any case, when we have exceeded the power of the limited power, when we have exceeded the SAPOLI limit, we have to inform the office, and we have to send the SAPOLI log, the onboard management manual appendix, OMM appendix, and for Marshall Island vessels, we have also to complete the TEC 30E form, which is provided by the flag.
Please keep these forms as reference. These are very, very important things to remember for this subject that we are talking. We will come back to that.
But we also have a vessel, motor vessel Nereis, which is equipped with EPL. Engine power limitation actively restricts the power of the main engine by issuing an electronic limit. This means that in case we need to use the unlimited power, we have to cancel the limitation. And how do we do that? This is the remote operating panel that is available on the bridge. So if we have to use the unlimited power, we will turn the switch to EXI load limitation cancel position. And again, it is very important that for EPL, we have to reset the system. As soon as the reason for using the unlimited power ceases to exist, we will turn the switch back to load limitation active position. And these two red lights are also important. The first one will light if the cancel function is activated, and both of them will light if the power of the engine actually exceeds the limit. When we use the EPL, every cancellation of the limitation and every use of the unlimited power is recorded. And again, every time we exceed the limit, we have to inform the office, we have to print the MOP, the main operating panel of the main engine record, like the SAPOLI record for the Sapoli, we have to complete the OMM, the Onboard Management Manual Appendix, and if we have a Marshall Islands flag, also take 30E flag. We send these documents to the office, and then we, from the office side, inform the flag that this vessel has exceeded the limited power.
But you would say what I'm here for, from my side. Total technical subject, I would say, but it seems that it's affecting both sides of the vessel, both the technical side and the operation side. So both the deck. So, as we said, the officer of the watch and the master are responsible to keep the main engine power within the limits. Yes. But sometimes you keep having instruction from our side to increase your speed and run fast, or you have some CP speed to follow. Always, this has to comply with Sapoli limits. However, as we said, the limits are there to guide you, but always within the safety parameters. So the feedback to the office is really important. So you need to discuss with the office whatever goes off the limits, yellow or red. I will explain a bit more. As we have mentioned, and we will mention again, the power reserve is basically this part on top of the limits that we have until the actual MCR of the engine. So this top part that you are not using right now, you are not supposed to use, but you always have the option to use if needed. But can we exceed this power limit as per the regulations? Yes, you can. So these are the reasons that are officially recorded as per the IMO. Basically, the safety, saving life, are the most important things. And of course, you have some other reasons as well that you can always mention as a reason that you have to increase your RPM. Some would say, and we have seen that, in some cases in Port Hedland or some narrow straits or with straits with pilots, that the pilot is asking you to increase your speed, either because of the special restrictions and requirements of the area and the currents. So these are cases that we, of course, we will follow. But I would say that you need to discuss beforehand with the pilot. Make sure that the pilot card that you have to prepare and discuss with the pilot before and say, okay, this is what we are following, this is what we have to do, this is today's weather, and these are the restrictions and the currents of the port. These are all things that you have to keep as a record in the pilot card. And why is that? Because always keep this as evidence. This doesn't make a difference if it is for Sapoli or if it is for something else. Pilot card is there as an agreement with the vessel and the pilot. So, as we can say that the Sapoli alarm and the EPL alarm are alarms that can, of course, be silenced and acknowledged. But, in case of safety, use the power reserve. But always remember what we said before. You need to record that and inform the office timely. A day after, okay, you are busy, a day after, but not 1 week later, not 2 months later. Okay, so this unit is on the bridge. You know the unit, the KD unit. So this is the unit that everything is recorded there. I would say, and of course this is as a good practice, that maybe the master every day or every 36 hours could have a look and see if this log has mentioned any breaches for the last 24 hours, the last 36 hours. Did we have any breaches? Yes, no. And you can keep that. So in case something happened, because a breach could be accidental, as we said, it could be because of the weather. Suddenly the weather changed, you kept your RPM, but the weather actually kept the vessel behind. So you know exactly what's going on. So this breach could be accidentally missed, but you have to report it. So this is something that, as a practice, I would say that it's good that at least for the first period that now it's a new system, try to make it part of your everyday life in the bridge. Have a look. Did we miss something? So, as an overall conclusion, I would say that safety comes first. We always say that we have to comply with the regulations, but the IMO and all the parties, as well as us, as part of the team in operations, and of course the technical team, we are giving you the green light that if you need for safety to exceed the limits, you can do so. But be aware of that. Okay? Thank you very much for watching. And
okay, thank you, Constantina and Andreas, for this nice and interesting presentation. Now, let's move on to our next topic for today. It will be a legend from the previously formed spares department. Now he will present to us the newly formed purchasing department. Mr. Apostolos Moraris, please welcome on stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CENMAR Manila Forum. My name is Apostolos Moraris, and I have been working in the company as a purchasing officer for 28 years. Some of you may know me with my initials AN. Today, I would like to introduce you the new purchasing and forwarding departments and the idea behind their formation. There was no purchasing and forwarding departments before, and there were two different departments, the spares and supply departments. First of all, I would like to present you our team, which consists of 9 purchasing officers and 2 forwarding officers. Most of them have been part of the company for many years, and some of them are new colleagues, but with experience in their position. And of course, our manager, Mr. Plutarchos Paneris, who is already well known to you from his previous position on the technical department as superintendent engineer. Prior to formation of the purchasing department, our company had 2 separate departments with different responsibilities in the vessel supply chain. As you already aware, the spares department was responsible for the supply of spare parts and lubricants. The supply department was responsible for the supply of provisions, stores, and chemicals. The newly established departments, purchasing and forwarding, are here to make the procurement process more efficient and to ensure the smooth delivery of the requested items on board. The main goal of our team remains the same. That is to handle requisitions on time, to provide the highest quality of goods and the best service to vessel. And now, you may ask me why and how this change will affect us. Let me explain. One purchasing officer will handle all vessel requirements, which will aim to have the following results: to improve responsiveness, to minimize delays, and finally, to evaluate suppliers. In order to achieve these goals, your contribution is crucial. Create your requirements on time. Prioritize your requisitions, and please avoid using the word urgent when it's not necessary. We have 3 categories of priority: normal, urgent, and top urgent. We always work according to the priority of the requisitions. That's why the true necessity of the requested part is vital for us to be able to satisfy all your requests. In order to speed up the process, please provide all available info even if the parts already exist in the Danaus library. Helpful info will be drawing copies, machinery full specification, nameplate photos. Last but not least, to provide the correct ROB quantity. This info will help Office to evaluate correctly the request. If you feel that you are not fully familiar with the Danaus system, please contact us and we can work together to make the best use of the system. If a vessel is correctly supplied, the working environment is safer and more efficient, which will result in fewer breakdowns. Working together at high efficiency can help us achieve our goal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Apostoli. We have now learned about the new purchasing department, and we are moving on to our next topic, which is the ice navigation and precautions. Your well-known Captain Rommel will deliver his presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon. Here's Captain Rommel Reyes, your shipboard training officer. So we are discussing the ice navigation. Okay. Ice is a challenge, but it is not our risk. The charter party covers owners in ice conditions. But what that means? It means that we will proceed in ice provided that all parameters and conditions are to master satisfaction. Remember, we have this fleet bulletin from SQ Department dated 06 February 2023 before every ice entry. Portable stem hoses and coupling hose connections should be ready on board the vessel. We have this rock salt to be sprayed on deck to reduce slipping hazards. We have also the clothes, the inventory on board the vessel, what we have, weather, clothing, and supplies that you have on board. The main thing is we supply this on board the vessel, but we have to keep for the next crew. Because, now winter time is coming, so we have to make sure that we have adequate on board the vessel. Avoid ice skating. Be careful while working on deck. We have to maintain our situational awareness, good teamwork in order to avoid accident or incident on board the vessel. Because we wish to point out that your safety comes first. Steam hose, keep ready to connect with the steam system for the ballast sounding pipe to be defrosted. We have this rock salt antifreeze to be used on the ballast sounding pipe can help to avoid block or defrost the sounding pipe. Recommended to inspect the sounding pipe periodically to take appropriate and utmost measures to keep them free of ice. Avoid preaching up the ballast tank up to 100%. We have to keep 90% of the maximum capacity in order to avoid blocking the sounding pipe. We have to use more double bottom tank instead of topside tank, contacting with open air. Check ballast water salinity and exchange if necessary. The ballasting in fall to avoid freezing. Then for our non-class ice vessels, what we have, ballast stream vessel has to have maximum rudder, propeller, and CHS immersions. Winter zone, so we have to check carefully our cargo to be calculated when we are passing winter zone, especially when are exiting scow from laden passage. Do not try to break ice. Let the ice do it. We had few vessels that tried to force ice and enter ice pack, despite office instruction. Our ships are not designed to cut ice. And most of us are not sufficiently familiar or experienced to judge if the ice is thin enough for us. There is no hurry to force ice. We have to ensure our clear passage. For example, if needed, try to follow a vessel. This is usually a good idea to ensure our clear passage. If you see a vessel ahead of you slowing down, try to slow down, then assess the situation. Many vessels also try to slow down to allow other vessels behind them to overtake and then follow them. Always respect the power of ice in all its appearance. Heading overconfidently into ice equals heading for trouble. Icebreakers take time to arrive. Demand is high during peak season. For icebreaker to clear the sheet ice is huge. Call for icebreakers at first instance of you, suspecting ice being beset. We had vessels that called icebreakers late and ended up close to shallow waters before the icebreaker cleared it in time. Caution, if a ship becomes beset in ice, do not use the propeller. Ask for icebreakers assistance. Avoid anchoring in ice areas. If there is an ice, do not anchor. Stay adrift. Call for BTIS in information. Because many times, charterers ask to anchor. Why? Because to save fuel, of course, right? Ice formation is fast. We have instances where the ice had formed around the anchor cable, and vessel could not heave up the anchor. Also, there are chances, in such cases, vessel will get dragged towards the direction of ice drift. Never anchor near or heavy concentrated ice, as tremendous loads can snap your chain when the ice starts drifting. We have a special case here, speed in ice. One of our vessels encountered propeller damage. The investigation revealed the following cases. The vessel had very slow approach to the pilot station at slow speed due to ice, and simply reached the pilot boarding ground. Master-pilot communication. Once the pilot boarded the vessel, he took the vessel at full speeds towards the birds, meaning toward full speed, maybe about 30 knots. There was no discussion about the vessel speed between the master, the pilot, and bridge team, and what speed should be done during transit. Blind reliance on pilot orders. Remember that many pilots in ice port use ice-class vessels, which have thicker propeller blades. In thick ice, do not approve pilot pull ahead speed without being sure that the water is clear of ice. Also, many pilots also use business propellers to clear off ice the berth. Also, they give ahead and astern movements to clear ice. This especially happens during unmooring, but it should not be allowed Otherwise, we will damage our propeller. So, master pilot communication is vital. As we discussed with our checklist, should be right there. We have to discuss everything with the pilot, and then we have to proceed. A port may be open in warm times, but ice channels are formed during winters. The ice is fast to shore, and ice acts like a channel wall. Hydrodynamic interactions happen in such instances. What is the option? The option is to move at slow speed, meaning we can handle it in slow speed, gentlemen. As the vessel interacts and brushes with ice channel, large chunks of ice are broken off that can damage our propeller. Okay? Slow speed. We have to discuss with the pilot and avoid making astern. I have experience with that one in Jinso. So before that, that was in Niris, in CE Niris. I'm the master there. So we discussed with the pilot, and I advised the pilot to move it slowly as much as possible. I don't want to use astern propulsion without being sure that the water is clear of ice. So we did it. We have the icebreaker ahead of us. We stopped there. Then 2 icebreakers cleared the berth. Yeah. So we don't have to use the vessel engine, as I see it again, to use a head and astern to clear the ice, because our propeller is not designed there. So we have the icebreakers to assist it. Avoid making astern, again, without being sure that the water is clear of ice. Our propeller is susceptible to damage from ice, particularly when operating astern propulsion. So, proper communication with the pilot, our bridge team. Now, we have the office from our fleet superintendent, Mr. Andreas, our operator. We have to contact them, Ma'am Lydia. Everything we have to be proper communication, especially now winter is coming. So we have to make sure that we have to protect our ships also, not with the pilot. And lastly, I will say again, always respect the power of ice in all appearance. Heading overconfidently into ice equals heading for trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Rommel, for the presentation. This, of course, as you may be aware, is a real incident that we encountered with one of our ships. It's not just imaginary. I would like to welcome now as our final speaker, I think he's our final speaker, a gentleman with a great lot of experience. He is the country manager for the International Registries, which is the manager of the Marshall Islands Registry. So please welcome Mr. Leo Bolivar, our final external speaker. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, there you go. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so I am the last speaker, so I hope I can keep you up until the last minute, okay? So, by the way, I'll be giving you some overview of the flag state and port state control requirements. These are more of a regulation that pertains to safety, which you have their safety culture so that you can get home safe, you know. First of all, I would like to walk you through first a short introduction. That is, the International Registries Incorporated is actually the Marshall Island Registry, a joint venture with the Marshall Island government. IRI, we provide a broad spectrum, both regulation and financial services, and also commercial. As a regulatory body, flag state, mission, I think most of you are familiar with what is the responsibility and duty of the flag state. And you have encountered many times, I think, some of our flag state inspector, port state control inspector. So I will not walk you through one by one with those. Okay, so first is the port state control. Worldwide, we have different regimes. And the most common and familiar are the Paris MOU, Tokyo MOU, AMSA, which is actually, AMSA actually is not an MOU, but they have their own. It's like the US Coast Guard, which is not part of any MOU, but they regulate, they have their own port state control. Type of port state control inspection. Who among you are deck officers familiar with the regime? Familiar with the inspection regime that they do? We have the initial inspection, which is conducted in a normal basis. When they go on board, when your vessel or ship call the port and you are scheduled or somebody from the port state control embark and check, that will be the initial inspection. And if it requires additional inspection, actually, if they find some deficiency that needs to be verified and validated, they will do some expanded. And then it goes the next level. If they are not satisfied, they go for more detailed inspection. And then we have the special inspection, which is the CIC. And this happens every September until November. This time around, who's familiar of the concentrated inspection campaign? Who is familiar with the current memo? Good. Yes. This year, they have launched the CIC campaign, which focuses on the seafarers' employment agreement specifically, and the MLC 2006. So that is where they are looking at. It starts September 1 and ends on November 30. So it runs for 3 months. And as early as August, they will come up with, they will be sending out the memo regarding the inspection. So this is the memo, the press release that they actually send out, so that all ships will be prepared in case they go for inspection. There are deficiency codes. I think most of you are familiar. You have code 10, rectify, code 15. What we don't want is the code 30. That is where you have a big problem. Most of the time you get code 17. So let's just avoid code 30. Great. Then that speaks a lot of how it is managed. Okay, so some of the most common deficiencies that you will encounter actually with Paris MOU. Lifeboat and life raft. Because for every regime, for every MOU, they are focused. There are periods that they are focused on a particular aspects of the vessel safety and equipments. And in Paris MOU, the most common is lifeboat, life raft. So these are the deficiencies that can be found. These are actually an actual picture of some of the deficiencies found in the Marshall Island vessel by the port state control. AMSA, these are the detainable items. There are so many of them, but AMSA also is very particular with MLC 2006. They are so high on the MLC matters because Australia has a very strong union. So they are very closely knitted with the ITF. Coast Guard detentions, those who have experience actually are focused more on the fire prevention, fire detection appliances. And these are the common mistakes that are actually being found, covered smoke detectors. Somebody must have been working hot works, covered the smoke detector, and forgot to take it off when it's done. We have to admit that that's commonly what is being practiced, because when you are doing hot works, and if it's activated anytime, it can actually cause an alarm. But make sure that this should be actually not covered. Coast Guard steel, most on the life rafts improperly stowed. Here you can see what's the problem. It's not stowed properly. The hydrostatic is bypassed, meaning to say that if it's needed, the life raft will not actually activate. These are the sample deficiencies, port state found in the RMI flagged vessels. So I have less than 3 minutes. Emergency fire pump. And then you have the ballast water tank vent heads. These are very common, especially for the old ships. Do you have any old ships? Yeah, but is it the same as this one? No? Of course, no. Yeah. Hatch covers. Yeah, these are self-explanatory, actually. Then pilot ladders. If you will observe, if your vessel was ever to call in Manila, a lot of findings are actually the pilot ladder. And then you have the engine room, funnel dampers. And actually, these are easy to repair. But sometimes you'll wonder why it's actually happening. And the OWS. When you have the OWS, you have to make sure when the port state control is inspecting the engine room, and you have to make sure that the crew or somebody accompanying the port state control knows how to operate and knows how to come up with a reading. Otherwise, you will have a problem when they ask for the reading from the OWS. And we all know that it should be below what? 15 ppm. Pipe laggings and purifier room. So, and the galley. This is MLC. So this is a very bad picture, actually, of the galley. So imagine that what you are eating is actually coming from. So these are all deficiencies that you have to make aware of. So, but it's all within the safety culture. And when I saw it there, meaning to say that you are actually aware of a good safety culture. All these requirements, all this regulation, if you marry that to a good safety culture of the company, everybody will be able to get home safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And as you saw, we discussed again about a lot of things that we discussed earlier, also with the 3 Cs, which were presented by Ms. Moretti and Ms. Mahoniou, from a different perspective, from the behavioral and also from the practical point of view, where you actually see how these things affect the vessel directly with all this situation. So we are close to ending for today. We do have a few questions on Slido, which I will address very quickly. Just a reminder, Slido will remain open, and tomorrow will also be open for the second session, the second day, where we also have our ratings. There are the questions. Right, ship and Sire 2 compliance questionnaires, where can they be viewed? Ellie, would you like to take this question?
Sure. Well, first of all, we have our training platform, and relevant CBTs, which have many information on these two subjects. But in addition to that, in your publications on board the vessel, you have them in PDF. Plus, you will soon receive 2 fleet bulletins that will contain information both for risk and for SIRE2.
Thank you. Thank you, Eli. I'll move on to the next question. Somebody asked about the e-oil record book, the electronic oil record book. We are considering this. We are looking into it for quite some time. It is not a very easy topic in the sense that you need to be correct with your contractual obligations, with your compliance issues. So it's something that we are looking at. Yes, it will be useful, I believe. It will take some time to adjust. And I believe that we will be ready very soon to start trial runs on board our ships. We have actually done a trial run on board our ship. It will assist with avoiding mistakes. And that is the purpose, to have a guided electronic oil record book that will not permit us to make any false entries. It will help the chief engineer to avoid any mistakes. So it is something that we may, even within the coming year, you may find it on board your ships. Another question is about the China-Australia route. You can see the questions, yeah? Okay, about the China-Australia trading route. It is very stressful for the crew. Well, I have some news for you. There are many routes that are stressful for the crew. We have received similar requests in the past for the ships that are trading in the Mediterranean, in the Black Sea, when we had the tankers, continuous operations. And this is why we actually introduced quite some time ago another deck officer to assist on board this route. I take your remark that was raised. I will discuss it internally. But do not be sure that this is the most stressful route or the most stressful type of ship. Sometimes the small ships, the ones with the cranes that go in the rivers and they have a lot of operations, I can assure you this can be quite stressful as well. But I will take this into consideration and I'll discuss it internally. I'm working in this company as an officer for 10 years. Is there any increase of my seniority bonus? I'm working in this company for 32 years now, and I haven't seen anything like this. But anyway, I understand the point. We have a seniority bonus system that reaches a top level after, Panagiotis, I think 48, after 4 years. 4 years. The purpose of this seniority bonus that reaches this top is that it is something to persuade our seafarers, our officers that join in the company, the young people, that there is something to be made out of this loyalty in the first years. After 4 years, we hope that we have convinced you that we are a good company and that you will stay with us forever, like a lot of you have done. But again, I understand the point. Everybody needs to improve their situation and to be better off over time. So again, I will take this up and I will discuss it. Maybe we will not do it in the same way that we do it, that every year you get an increase. Maybe after a certain number of years, we will have a step increase. It is something that I will consider and I will discuss back with our crew department when I get back to Greece. So these are the 4 questions we had only today. The Slido will remain open. You can free to enter your question anytime, today, tomorrow morning, afterwards, so on. So this concludes our event for today. We'll do a lot more tomorrow, and I hope we'll have some fun as well. So thank you very much for your participation and your patience. And thank you to our great speakers and my co-host, Mado, for today. Thank you very much. And one final thing is that we would like to have a group photo with everybody, and we again need your patience. So I would like everybody to remain seated except tables 1, 2, 3. Tables 1 to 3, you have to surrender your chairs so we can use them on stage to create an area so we can get a photo shoot. Okay, so goodbye everybody, thank you very much. Stay seated, the back tables, the front tables, please give us your chairs. Thank you. Έκοψες. So, okay, thank you.